You're not there as activists. There's a different, if you're an activist, then that's a different function. No? But if you're there for the documentation of the ICH, then that requires a particular approach. Very thin line, because we have a tendency to want to apply our biases in every situation. No? And passively, some people do it passively, some people do it more aggressively. But you want to stay away from that. Means not to exploit morally, legally, or commercially. And I've seen, especially foreign researchers in our countries in the Caribbean are emerging in the practice. Foreign researchers come into the country and there is no mechanism. Monday is here with this Jimmy. Good morning, Monday.
Morning.
Because it's an emerging practice, people come into the region and they go into the communities because there is no established procedure at the national level. And people who are involved in working with humans have this experience. Even in the particular practice, for example, I've seen, let me not go there, let me reverse what I was saying. You've seen where they come in and they go straight to the community, and the communities, not knowing their own rights, are pleased to have someone come and look after their ICH or whatever it is their heritage about traditional medicine and so on. And then the researchers disappear with samples of their plants, with samples of their secret mixture or whatever it is that they use, those medicinal combinations to treat particular ailments. And they go off and they experiment with that knowledge, and the communities are left behind and they don't benefit from it. So there's a commercial exploitation because the state has no legal structure. So one of the things that there's an opportunity for you here to do is together to set up a sort of legal, because you're not the government per se, but certainly set up sort of policy recommendations in how you will function and how you will train other people going forward. But one of the ways through which things become legal is through practice, no? It is through practice. So what you'll do, as you go through the practice of community-based research, community-based inventory, kind of research, you will be establishing precedent, practice. The more you do it, the more you apply the ethical principles that you have agreed among yourselves to utilize, that becomes precedent. You understand what I mean? So there'll be others who will come behind you, and that will continue to be practiced. It will continue to be refined if you set up a process that way. Darrell, the last thing Darrell said before he left here yesterday was that you can picture you having an annual two-day meeting on ICH, right? Where you come from in your various roles from tourism, and you report how it is that ICH has been integrated into the tourism development agenda, sustainable development. You report on how, Monte will report on how he has worked to transmit the knowledge of the drum since the last time we met. Celine Dion will report on what she has done in terms of the youth in promoting ICH. Andrea will report on how she has coordinated work in particular communities. Can you see it? Eugenia will report on for emerging work in traditional belief structures and belief systems. Yes, Adriana.
We also have a person representing the Ministry of Culture here directly, the person that she was asking by Zoom. So I would like her to introduce Miss Alison Purville.
Yes.
Yes, because we are talking about the rules, so the Ministry of Culture is important as well.
Okay, thank you. She introduced herself. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But good point.
Okay.
The Ministry of Culture reporting on its work. In terms of implementing the convention, along with its partners. Mr. Newton, for example, very humbly yesterday, by the way, said that that's a tough thing to do, you know. Said I didn't know about, what was it? Shakespeare man. I felt good because I knew about it. No, but you get the point of it all is that you can have different, it doesn't have to be a strictly academic conference. All right? It doesn't have to be strictly academic. It can be where you integrate persons at the level and in the roles where they are, no? The functions that they have. Marlene as a teacher, right? Julie as a dancer, right? Morally, not exploiting morally, of course, is that's also a subjective thing. But you will know in the context of your society what it means to exploit persons in your community from a moral perspective. You know what the norms are here, no? You have a pretty good sense, right? And so there's ethics involved there as well, right? So here are the related terms. When you're doing field inventory, there is acknowledgement. Where did you get the information? Their rights of the persons providing the information. The privacy. What information did they share with you? And are you given permission to share it with others? And what aspects of the information can you share, no? So for example, there are two types of things that can happen, two types of scenarios. One, they will tell you that I can't share this aspect with you. You have to respect that. The other scenario is you'll be told, well, I'm only sharing this with you, and you can't share this component, this part of it can't be made public. So when you're doing your field inventory, you want to take note of that, because that will tell you how to treat the information, no? And who will have access to it. There's the concept of permission. This applies to the concept of free, fair, and informed consent. Respect. What is considered tradition? Confidentiality, creativity, and customary practice. Now, on the terms of tradition and customary practice, two things come to mind that relate to the convention itself. And that point is ICH, by its definition, are practices, beliefs, and so on, the domain that are transmitted from generation to generation. So you'll have to have on what constitutes ICH in that regard. Is it, for example, can you say, let's say that Judy, using Judy as an example, let's say that Judy integrates, just like Monty, they have knowledge of, she has knowledge of dance, Monty has knowledge of drum, Monty explores the world in the way that he does, Judy does the same. And Judy develops creative pieces in dance. When you look at that, you'll have to ask yourself, is that ICH? Or what aspect of it is ICH? No? I don't know, I'm just putting it out there as questions you want to think about. Does that mean, however, if you notice that there is creativity there, as one of the key terms, does that mean, however, that ICH does not allow for creativity? You take, for example, the carnival. What happens at carnival? Isn't there a repeated attempt to creatively represent the practice of the carnival on an annual basis? Do you see the same costumes every year? You see the same costumes every year? You have some that are traditional. See a lot of skin. So you see the same skin. So you see the same skin. But I'm just using from the road. But are the bikinis and costumes, are they creative representations of something else? Yes, that's the creativity. But what's the ICH? It's something that's being done year after year. The practice, that creative practice is ICH. You follow? Because it's transmitted from generation to generation. Yesterday, for example, Newton said to me, was it Newton or Peter? Let me see. Said, well, carnival used to be done in February, but now it has been changed to August. So what that told me right away was that it used to be a practice, whereas now it may have been translated to mean or maybe sort of crop over or associated with independence or something like that. Emancipation.
It has something to do with it because competing with Trinidad Carnival.
Oh, you see?
Economic.
In June Revolution, the government changed.
Mr. Kevin, you're
the rationale was to get rid of the competition from Trinidad and the other Burlington carnivals, and also look at the economic side of it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm not sure which government that is.
Yeah, I think it's
so
Hello, can I just
Order.
When the revolution took place in March 1979,
1979.
the carnival of that year was in June or July around May, right? Not the time it was postponed. The carnival thereafter was in August. The year after, continuing, yes.
So
From 1980, carnival was in August.
Right, me.
Huh?
You see, for that 1 year.
Well, 1 year it was a meeting that the revolution took place in Trinidad or during the revolution.
The first change came on board because of February. Oh, yes.
What, 1980?
No, 74 on the side. Oh, close to the fence, and Gary changed it. Gary changed it.
In 74, all we had was matching
Yes.
and so on and so forth, and prices in 74.
The
So you
first
can't
change
be-
of animals got like it.
What was that first change?
What year?
Me.
What year it was?
Like, but after independence, it was too close to the Independence Day. It was conflicting.
Okay, so you
Okay,
see,
we get historians.
Yeah.
you see,
Some page research.
We get historians.
you see what is emerging
Yeah, all
here?
historians.
You
Yeah,
will
all
have to-
historians.
Right, one second, Virginia. You see what will happen when you document this. You'll want to track as far as you can what it was,
And why?
changes that occurred and why, no? And then you give the description in the modern context, right? Yes, Eugenia?
Sorry, this doesn't really have anything to do with history or so, but the creativity aspect, I'm not really sure to what extent it's happening in Grenada, but for example, in some of the small islands, I know that the costumes, etc., are no longer designed or made in those small islands. They are designed and made often in Trinidad.
I see.
Trinidad,
The costumes here in Grenada.
I don't know but I'm raising the issue because to me, if we're going to be talking about creativity, how is somebody wearing a feathered bikini that was designed and made in Trinidad or Brazil or even Alibaba? Alibaba has the same costumes for sale. So to what extent is Carnival representing if the costumes are not designed or made?
Okay.
in Grenada? I'm just-
Very good question. One that you collectively will have to debate. Because, for example, Kevin, I understand you're the head of Spice Mass, no? So I have seen where you have debates on this issue, Eugenia, regionally. You have one school of thought where it's supposed to represent the cultural practice and creativity of the people within the territory, which makes it distinct and apart, if you want to use those terms, from a Trinidadian carnival or a Haitian carnival or a Miami carnival and so on. Then you have the school of thought is that by integrating other cultural practices, it adds to your own, no? Then there is an economic side. It might be cheaper and so on, I don't know. But I know in other places it's pretty expensive to be a part of a band. I don't know what it is here. So these are the discussions you have to have, giving you a lot of work ahead of you. If you haven't been having those discussions already, but feel free to tell us. So find out from an ICH perspective, what it is the goal and objectives associated with your own carnival, no? All right. So an important thing here is this, though. When you're documenting, you are not there to judge it. That's the key part. You're to describe what it is. It doesn't mean, though, that you can't influence what it will become if it is you're pursuing social cohesion, creativity at the national level, and this sort of thing. As Eugenia, by saying what she said, I'm sure Kevin was able to hear that, no? The debate between Peter and Norris in terms of their memory. You see there's a gap there somewhere, no? So it means that it requires further delving into. And then that will help to inform the tourism. You see how everything is connected? If you get that narrative straight, that helps to inform the tourism people. That helps to inform the culture people. All right? So you understand how ICH is the basis, as Judy started off by telling us, how it's the basis for development, for creativity, and all of these sorts of things. Monty?
And the last carnival I went, the Venezuelan ambassador asked me to go with him to see Mars. And while we were there, two ministers showed up from the government playing short. So as we went further, he said he's not taking no picture of anybody in the bathing suit. I only want authentic pictures of Grenada culture. And I was stuck by that. So yeah, if the ambassador is interested, and he's a foreigner, what about us? So we should really appreciate our culture and push it.
You know, an observation on this: globalization is good and it's bad. Globalization, sometimes because of television and because it's like a self-perception kind of thing, no? You think that Trinidad Carnival is, I'm not disrespecting it, it's a wonderful practice. And you want to replicate that. And is that a model, because there's an economic side to it too, no? Where people make livelihoods and so on. So maybe those are considerations that go into it. I'm talking collectively, no? The collective practice of carnival, where individual bands and what goes into their decision making, right? When they decide to put these bands and groups together. So the best you can do, if that is something you want to discuss, Monty, the best you can do is to identify and make an observation, and then have the stakeholders say, well, this is what we understand we're doing, why we're doing it, and so on. Right? But it seems to be a regional problem where in the Caribbean, we always think that something from somewhere else is better for whatever reason. No? And especially, it's like they even describe some of us as satellites of the West, no? Satellites of America and so on. No? Yes.
There's something for me, and I wanted, I'm glad what my friend is here. Look at the Monday night man. It's a killer. You know what I'm saying? The big fellas who own the money, let's take over our money, Canada, and say, okay, we organize it, get a water or something. I'm not bashing it, but I'm saying that was 2 days of Grenadians to enjoy themselves on the street. So the big company just stay there. I can't support it. That's the night. Well, I mean, but it's tired for the next day. You know what I'm saying? It's a given anyway, you'll give you something like that.
Well, let me make another observation. We're looking at dynamics of ethics, no? But I always say to people involved in safeguarding, if you're a safeguarder, safeguard. If you're a creative, create. If you're a promoter, like in tourism, for argument's sake, to attract economic growth to your country and so on, that's important too. But at the essence of it, you know who's important in all of it? The safeguarder. Because what you're describing with the skin and what you probably in terms of your own ethical, collective way of thinking of it, it is contrary to how you understand things. I'm just saying, I don't know. But you have, if you're going to safeguard, you safeguard, but with the understanding that culture changes as it moves from one generation to the next, all our practices change. Right? But at the same, you have to identify, put your finger, that's why it's intangible, because you have to be able to perceive what the value is to the society. Give you a scenario. I think I told you about this one in the first workshop, where an indigenous community, people that go back centuries, they grow the cacao bean or the chocolate, and the ancient practice in that part of the world, and they make cacao chocolate for their kings and so on. And so the cultural institution, like the Ministry of Culture, decide, okay, we're going to have them set up a chocolate festival, and it features the indigenous production of and so on. And then you have two big companies sign on to the thing. Oh, this is good, you know. Sign on to the thing. And then two of the biggest companies, by the way, they sign on to the thing. And then they get there, the indigenous man looks at me and says, Mr. Nkalada, this isn't a chocolate festival, man. This is a beer and telephone festival. And then I said, oh my God, I understand what the man is saying. The resources that it was set up to support the indigenous community, but instead the resources are being used on beer and other things. And so I realized if I'm going to be in the business of safeguarding, I have to be aware of unintended consequences and to set boundaries that will allow the ICH component to be protected, no? Yes, ma'am.
Organizations are responsible for being here. Are there policies that are put in place with regards to participation and stuff? Or I'm asking, there is a policy in place for persons participating in festivals. Yeah.
Yes, for carnival, yes, there are policies.
Okay, so in that policy, would it be okay for safeguarding and us putting off over some safeguarding? Will you be to include in our policy something that says, you know, your band should be locally made, so to speak, or would that be say that?
Well, it would limit creativity, limit participation.
How would it do that?
What really?
Limit creativity, probably participation.
Yeah.
So we have creativity.
By whom though? It might limit participation by some persons.
Yeah, like persons who feel like, so we get the material here, where we.
Well, no, you would limit participation based on the, for example, based on the concept. Some people may not be drawn to. Some people are drawn to come into Grenada to play in a band just for party's sake. They don't want to be led by rules and regulations. So you have a choreography for your band to actually portray what these indigenous people, indigenous band concept is all about. They don't want to be, they just want to come on free around the time.
That's okay.
So that's what I'm saying. And we participation on that end. But at the end of the day, it comes down to what are your policies and what you're really trying to have. So I guess you're very right that a strong policy directive has to be embedded there in the festival concept, all right, to make sure that we safeguard.
And I mean, two persons who want to do the side of the real thing, if you understand, it's a option.
And Spicemas Corporation, we have identified that as a problem for the years. We're seeing that we are moving away from the traditional aspect of our mass and moving to impact that. And we have made a concerted effort to bring back and revive the traditional aspect of mass. And so, for example, our traditional mass festival happens in St. Mark. I don't know that this is going to happen again this year. Right? Bring it back on the road, the streets of St. Mark. That's what we're doing. We want to bring that back and see more traditional mass coming from the schools. We're trying to work along with the schools now to bring back the traditional mass in the schools. I remember for 2020, we had a project where we brought about 14 schools in a pilot project where we taught them different traditional masses. Not some of them which we no longer see being practiced now, and they have to do our research and then they have to present the back. That was going to be part of this kind of. We don't have to do it. So that's something we are going to be looking at again, because we believe that if you want anything to fly, you need to switch it. Yes, that's where it starts.
Because I know the school in Grenada, principal asked me Just people already want to be more
The problem is that a lot of people talk, but they didn't work and do work. Just not everybody's business. Culture is a business. So it has to be treated as one and respected as one.
Everybody's tuning to the exhibition is sort of thing. And so they don't participate, but they were the local people who were doing it and who had actual mass camps and they designed it. So they had the seamstresses who were it was a real community. Now like you get on and you import them and then it's whoever imports it who's making the money or who's benefiting from it rather than the community.
Yes, Ms. Marlene. And then after that, I want to hear from Celine, Leon, and Ingrid, and I want to hear from you in all this kind of discussion. Yes, sir.
Yes, just forgive me for trying to contain myself. That's a hot button issue for me because we speak about who not wanting to participate. There are so many Grenadians here and abroad who are willing and able to participate in Carnival as it was or at a slower pace. We've just gone so far, so fast, and I can't even recognize our Carnival anymore. And so it's a matter of who are you having Carnival for? And we have to consider, honestly, Carnival and the mass belongs to the communities. And if you're putting measures in place now where Miss Mary, who normally or every year has a block or one person's come, and now you're saying for her to do it, she has to pay this ridiculous amount. You are indirectly saying, centralizing Carnival. And this is what I've woken up to, looking and see that there are policies and laws. You have to get permission for this, you have to get permission for that. And so it has just killed everything. Maypole,
That's true.
which is something I love, there is a structure to it. When Lady Cheryl spoke to me about the history, and when they went to different villages, like Lansapine and different places where they would get money, and they would have a party for the community. And that Maple, yes, it has a structure, but there is some order. And order is not bad. You enjoy yourself within. Right now, as it is right now, you can't go and jump in any band anywhere. It's the same thing. We have to understand that Grenada has some things that are unique. And if we dilute it, and if we just say everything goes, we are going to lose what is, I'm not going to use the word authentically, but you're going to lose what is really ours. If there's going to be an evolution, give it some time to evolve. But what I'm seeing here right now, I went to Carnival when I came up from studying for the first time with my boys, teenage. And I just saw these two monks in front of me and he's standing right on my side. I couldn't deal with it. So I had to take my teenage son and go away. The adults and the elderly in the community, and I don't want to come and see that. It's not reflective of me. So Carnival time in the community where you had little tarts and you had little coconut this and all these different industries that developed around it, that too is being lost. And so we have to ask, where is the money going? How much of it for all these persons who are coming in, how much of it is staying in Grenada? And when they leave, what do they leave us with? You know, children's minds. And in our society, we have to clean up all these perceptions and all these issues. So it's a matter of where do we want to spend our money? In the rehab or in something else? We have to, as Grenadians, decide what it is that we want to be reflective of us. I just, page 1 of the, chapter 1 of the book.
And I want to be clear here. I'm not trying to, there's clearly Kevin is in the room and we're giving him a lot of things to contemplate, you know? But understand, I want you to do it with the best possible sort of spirit, no?
Yeah,
Because
he's in the right place.
Together, right?
And thank God for him because he knows what he's doing.
I want to, yes,
no, but you see, I'm just trying to imagine a country. The ideal situation would be where you have zones you have an ultra high-tech zone that is international standard, cutting edge technology, everything, so that the young people who like that kind of lifestyle can remain in the country and then participate in that. Then you have on the other end of the spectrum, you have the heritage zone where people want a more peaceful, a more natural way of life. And they can do that at any stage in their life. They might experience it as children and then come back then as retirees. A heritage zone.
I like that.
You see?
Mhm,
And then you have
I will go there. I don't have to go and see that.
somewhere in between where the compromise of the two
Mixture,
extremes.
mixture, yeah.
You know? So that
The first zone,
the high tech, the cutting edge zone, because you could, the same way you have an industrial park, just one part of the country. Because you see, you don't want the bright young sparks leaving the country either. The brain surgeons or whatever it is you want to call it. You want to have a high-tech zone that they can stay in the country and participate, especially now as we have this kind of internet connection. People can work from anywhere at any level. So the thing is, in terms of carnival, maybe if, let's say, Guava or Shantimel or whatever had the heritage carnival, then the people in town who didn't like the, let's call it the Trinidad or Brazil style carnival could go up there. I went to Trinidad Carnival and I enjoyed myself behind a pan around the neck band. It was a small group, maybe 500 people. That's small for them, not the 5,000. And people were just walking in the street, jumping along behind this band, 10 fellas playing with pan around the neck. It wasn't a DJ truck. It wasn't a huge, huh? And a rum. But the point is that you're not doing one at the expense of the other. Even Trinidad Carnival had a little section, a back street, where the small bands were having a good time.
Adriana, you've been in carnival too?
No, not here. I mean, in Venezuela, we have a different one. But what I want to add, because I want to put like more fire,
Fire.
more gas to the fire.
Throw it in.
It is, I understand the different perspectives, as Noreen and Daryl, but I'm guessing, I'm just putting again a little candidly here. If the resources are limited, correct? Who decides how much? Because pardon me, Daryl, but I believe that Trinidad has more maybe resources to cover those expenses. So maybe you have a variety, and maybe there's non-profit who can cover those type of several activities, or the diversification of those different carnival activities. But what if you have here one specific budget or two specific budget and it has a limit on the top, and who decides where the money goes? I'm just leaving that. I don't want to have like too many hours here with that.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear, but you see what we tend to do? We more senior people tend to dominate the discussion. And I still want to hear what the youth have to say about this kind of thing. Let's get it first. JD, Ingrid, and Shani.
I can speak to you after.
Ingrid is youth, is it?
Yeah.
What I'm hearing here, two arguments, one about morality, that we're talking about this.
But I wasn't invited to it. No. The investment, you have credit and investment committee. Okay.
What I think is that, we focus more on the foreign investment.
Now, what I saw in the WhatsApp,
We
I think,
the foreign investment.
credit and investment committee.
I find, well,
But-
not
I
in
didn't see that.
in general as well.
So I figured that
She's giving you her perspective.
I only saw my invitation. So
The locals have.
well, I didn't see anything about that. I didn't get any notice. Okay.
You mean like the support framework, you mean?
Yes, so, I know some factories like when they normally make their own costume, I don't know if you know the brand. I know she makes her own costume, but she tries to go for the people store in one something. So the band is getting more smaller.
I don't think I go ahead.
I know the person who makes the costume and stuff, so that's
Julia? Yeah. And as I said, that's one of the things we recognize that was that community support. We give subvention to local banks to bring all the capital. Or the foreign banks, well, we some foreign banks, they don't get us subvention. All right, they strictly sell the costume. But when it comes to the corporate community now, we find the corporate community gravitating towards these banks. It has more flair, it has more excitement, so the brand is going to show up there. All right. So you hardly find that the traditional banks actually get sponsorship to actually bring on the banks. And we also find too that the younger people, they're not gravitating towards the traditional banks. They don't want to wear all these clothes. I remember when I came back from studying carnival arts, and I decided to come up with a band, and I said, we'll go to band for kids band. And I brought up something to do with heritage. We look at the French and the Europeans and how they impact. That was part of that. And people say, all these clothes, too much clothes, the children will be haunting this. But when you go to Trinidad, there are bands you see there with a lot of clothes. There's a band in Trinidad right now, it's called K2K. And that band, they win band of the year many years, and it's a lot of clothes when fashion meets mass. Okay, so it's something that we have to buy into. We have to get away from the fact that carnival has to be nakedness. Getting our costume has to be the one where we have to be naked. I mean, people gravitate towards that, but we have to push the concept when people have to gravitate towards it, but we find the young people. How many young people are ready to be shot and vet? Well, what is, you know,
Has to start
my
with
girl opportunities, but I don't know. Let me not even say it because I may get in trouble. Where you have creative representation of traditional in the high-tech zone, if you want to call it that. Yes. Celine and Antonia.
A child told me that it's like you didn't teach me about it. So don't expect me to know it. You don't have to know
So people are attracted to the same nakedness. Is it cheaper?
I really don't know my hands. I think it's a great weight. I don't know who's doing it. Just the whole idea. In the Netherlands, I love it. So pretty much those lights. I think it's like the dress nicely and I just thought it's very to mention it.
Because for me, I participated in carnival as a child in Tarapu. And for me, what that meant was that even as I got older, wearing this pink stuff was never on my mind because from young, that's what I knew, that's what I saw. And so these young people that we have now, how many of them have seen the traditional carnival?
It's not their fault.
And not only that, too, when you mention children, if you have a family of shop fees, and you don't every year they continue, these children are actually going to get the shop because that's what they see. So I think at this point we have to start emphasizing and letting our people start safeguarding what is ours, you know, and kind of selling it that way and not selling it as well. We want to move away from the degradation of society and, you know, bashing them. But instead, let's look at the reinforce the positive rather than zoning on the negative or is making us have to stop. Instead, we just bring back what is true to us. That's it.
I mean, I think I've been in Kingdom already. Indifferent to God. They didn't grow up in God. So, and I've looked for the really interesting thing last kind of I saw was the one in 79. One
In 79,
but people,
in 2019. And it horrified you? Yeah.
Really?
yeah,
You know how long this thing will affect people?
That is what it is, jab.
And then I took part in one of the fantastic juvenile in so it is there finding what I do find some standing. I've brought you by spectacle, us, and more important, there are a little phrase which I've heard in the parties. The Indians outside India are more Indian than those in India. And now we're having Grenadians.
You know why that is?
And let me just mention that their idea of economy is how they can include one. Use videos and put it on the
No, but wait.
Darren, Antonio has been very patient. He was the first person in the room.
Yeah.
I've been talking to her for a while now. Go ahead, Antonio.
My perspective, I cannot agree with not things, but it's moving
Mr. Kelvin.
My grandmother is a seamstress, and she normally does the costume for Carnival also. But from my experience, what I've noticed, it has a lot to do with what Miss Medina was also explaining. It's the fact that the older heads are going out and not even informed or educating the younger generation on what it means to them or what it means to us actually. So the young people will grow or go towards what they would see mostly in their pieces, that's what they would gravitate to. And those that are in charge will obviously gravitate towards that too, because they're pulling the younger generation is a bigger crowd. So that is what they would pull towards them. That's what they would study. They would study the younger people. So if that is what they want, that is what they would offer them. But, yes.
That's a good point.
More visible.
Yeah, more visible.
Next slide.
I just want to add something, and it's not directly related to Carnival, but the watering down of our, cultural heritage is, is causing a lot of our identities to disappear, because in Pitima, I think we have boat building, we have our traditional wedding, and in our traditional wedding, we usually have string bands. But what you find now is DJs coming on. With the traditional wood building, where we use wood, now fiberglass is taking over. Climate change, the drive with governments on climate change issues is pushing people away, from destroying the trees. But if we do it in a sustainable way, it could continue. Yeah, so we're losing a lot of the skills that we had before. And I think, something must be done to really protect and see that,
Let's go on to Petit Martinique to document that boat building and string music.
Yeah, to do the traditional wedding would be nice.
Just one thing.
All right, one thing, Marlene, and then we continue.
I want to add that I went to one of the couple vessels on the Carnage from Petit Martinique. I was looking for a tool called an ad.
And
Thank you. Thanks
Yeah.
for taking my drums.
Yeah.
And a lot of them guys didn't know what it was.
I see.
So they always pointed me to the oldest guy. So
You found a sharp one?
I didn't get one. They didn't get one. Yes. Sure, I'll follow.
Marlene?
Yes, I just wanted to say, I agree with you. Sorry for the name. It might be a better thing to present alternatives rather than bashing and saying that this is negative. I have been put in my place several times by young people who say, you know what, you have not taught us the things that you're claiming is mine. And so you have to teach me first. And so what my friend said down there, I do believe, Antoinette, I'm sorry, just if we teach them, if we expose them to it, many of them come from great families and they have the examples, they would really take it up. I have had the experience as a teacher where I would have shared that before, giving young people the opportunity to learn ring games and maple and so, and they love it. So it's a matter of presenting it to them and giving them the opportunity. We can't say they don't want it if they don't have the opportunity. And again, Mr. Jacob, I really commend the fact that you're trying to bring back the traditional mass in St. Mark and so, but what we need to understand is that we have these pockets throughout the island. And so putting it in one area, I find that to be a challenge as well, because people in St. David's, the old lady in St. David or the church, they would not go all the way over there. So if we allow them to have it in their community, and then it pose a problem for us as persons who safeguard or documenting it. Because if I'm seeing, okay, you come into me every year, you taking the resource, you're taking our stories and the information on, and then you're going with it, and then you're stifling it, you're not creating opportunities within the community for me to be a part of it, then after a while, I may just take sense from nonsense and decide, you know what, it's not for me. So you're taking it from the community and then putting measures in place where the community is not able to really showcase itself. So as we take these stories and we learn these things, try to ensure that we create festivals or opportunities within the community. The government doesn't have to do it. It doesn't have to be a centralized thing. Spice Mass doesn't have to do it, but just create the atmosphere, the environment in which people can do what they've been doing for a very long time. So when I go to Dance and Maple in Bella and they say, what are you doing there? That's nonsense. Do it so, and you have to do so, and wear your whip, and wear your whistle. If I went into St. George's where they have no clue what's going on, nobody to correct me, I am learning right there, so it has to stay there, even if it's every 2 years. We have to find a way to ensure it remains, not just in one parish, but it remains in the community.
So,
thank you.
I think your point is, I think the people who take, so at least you bring it to other communities.
And you can see what they have, yes.
So as a collective, you have decisions to make, no? In terms of the safeguarding and how that enters into your, not only Spice Mass, but into your other festivals and public events. So you have collective decisions to make in that regard. And a discussion I would propose that you do reconvene at some point to have these discussions and to put it in black and white, no? And with the power brokers, and many of the power brokers are right here, right? In terms of these particular events.
No.
Yes, sir.
I just want to suggest one thing that you see, we stumble across as we go through the presentation, we stumble across problems that come up spontaneously and people point out, just like the heritage mass and so on. But every time we identify a problem, we should start thinking, what's the solution? Because if the problem is, here we are, we're training the teachers to go and teach a classroom, but the problem now seems to be that the parents of those kids are not aware that they should incorporate some of the family traditions and some of the traditional experiences in a family experience. So we now have to add to that curriculum thing, technique. How are we going to train the parents? You see, so I'm not saying we're solving that problem now, but we must anytime you see a problem, let's start to identify where the solution could be.
And in the air, Judy.
But I would say one of the ways to train the parents is through the community, like these things are really true as a child, because I remember being a part of a community group, like a children's performing group in a community, and deciding that a few of the adults were going to play traditional mass. And then the children decided, a lot of the children decided that they wanted to play too. So there were instances where we had to get the money for the costumes that the parents couldn't afford it. But the children really loved it. They really loved it. And then I also found that the bands were sometimes challenged within the communities. They would have to really make a concerted effort to spend some time in the communities or surrounding communities, visiting people, the elders who were once a part of the traditional mass who couldn't come out. But it was challenging because when you have to go to town, when you have the thing on carriage, not on the carriage, on the highway, like you have to be there for 1 hour. So you have to leave up at certain time. So the 2 days of carnival, it's really intense because the bands came out of the community, so the people in the community feel a certain kind of respect. You have people who have the money waiting.
Yes.
Waiting for shopping to pass by them. And sometimes if you pass, you can't pass for like 2 minutes.
No.
You have to
stay.
People have jobs, you got to pour out.
Yes.
So you could give them money. And
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
I missed that. I
So you'll definitely need to reconvene to have the discussion, and it's good that we're becoming more and more open with this to be able to talk about it and to identify some of the problems, thereby find solutions or intervention. Right? The question I have for you though is, will you first invent, document, and inventory carnival as an ICH for Grenada? Right? So that's the first thing. Or has it changed so much that it is not an ICH for you anymore? So that is the challenge for you to decide, no? But if, again, is it passed from generation to generation? Is it, and what is it that's being passed on, that sort of thing, documenting how it has changed, all of these things we want to look at. No? So in that particular aspect, you have the work to do. So on the question of ethics, I'll direct you to 12 ethical principles adopted by UNESCO and its General Assembly for you to consider. And it's a starting point for you because you can adapt others or adapt as you need them, no? But the reason for this is because as you go into the documentation inventory process and begin to interact with communities, you want to be thinking in these terms and other terms that you will deem fit in your context. So I have the website link. There's a hyperlink in the presentation itself. So you can always click on that. It will take you directly there. But here they are. Communities and groups, where applicable, should have the primary role in safeguarding. A lot of these are deep, so you'll have to really reflect on them. The right of communities, groups, and individuals where applicable to continue representations, expression, knowledge, and skills necessary to ensure viability of ICH should be recognized and respected. To be recognized and respected. Mutual respect as well as respect for mutual and mutual appreciation of ICH should prevail in interaction between the state and between communities, groups, and individuals. Between the state. So the state is not the dictator, but the communities and state parties together, no? Meaning you have institutions that function on behalf of the state. Then you have community actors. All interactions with communities where applicable, individuals who create, safeguard, maintain, transmit should be characterized by transparent collaboration. Transparent collaboration. Dialogue, as we've been doing just now. Negotiation. Consultation. contingent upon their free, prior, sustained, and informed consent. Notice the word sustained and informed consent. First, we used to say free, prior, and informed consent. Sustained consent means, what we talked about yesterday, that relationship building, that trust building. That's how you sustain it. Continuous dialogue, continuous understand, and that's how human life is, right? Access of communities, groups, and individuals to instruments, objects, artifacts, cultural and natural spaces of memory whose existence is necessary for expressing ICH should be ensured. So you have some spaces that are, was it the Sensei House? Who used the Sensei House yesterday as an example? Eugenia. That's an example of a space associated with an ICH. That space were to disappear with the ICH be endangered. Yes. Right? So I think that's a key part of it too. You had some countries that we've seen that are what you call non-examples, where they attempt to take the ICH out of its context and put it into another context, and the meaning changes altogether. It goes from having social function and a particular meaning to having the meaning something else. You have to be careful not to contextualize ICH, meaning taking it out of its context where it, if it moves out of that, it's something else. Each community group shall assess the value of its own ICH and should not be subject to external judgments of value or worth. Yeah, no. It's a real thing to pay attention to. Listen to this. Here we are saying that that's not how this is, that's not how this is, that should be this way, and that should be that way. But really the one who should inform you is the community themselves. So you have to be very careful of that balancing act, no? The ethics of it, right? Community groups, they should benefit from the protection of the moral and material interests. They should benefit from it. If you are going to go in there in the spirit of transparency and honesty and so on, and you know that there's going to be commercial value or derived from it, community should benefit from it. If there's going to be awareness raising, then the community should benefit from that awareness raising. It doesn't have to be financial, especially if there's no financial gain to be concerned. But for example, you take a scenario like this, the GNT and this project, there's a broad awareness raising. The benefit to the community is a broad awareness. There's the training, there's the media, and all that type of thing that go with it, right? The dynamic and living heritage, living nature of ICH should be continuously respected. Authenticity, watch this. Authenticity and exclusivity should not constitute concerns and obstacles in safeguarding ICH. There is no such thing as authentic and exclusive in ICH. Why? Because for it to be transmitted, it can't be exclusive. If it only belongs to Andrea, how is the thing going to survive? There has to be some other actor involved for transmission. If not, then that's the end of it. Yes,
So an extent can be exclusive. For example, we talk about yesterday some practices that are belonging to a specific small group. So to an extent, it's exclusive. The rest of the country can't partake in it.
right. Except that we're using exclusive in a different sense here. It's exclusive to the practitioner, but for its transmission, that knowledge is being passed on to somebody else, will also then become part of that group. You understand what I mean? We're talking in terms of the transmission side of it. Because if it's also exclusive, and then that group dies off and the ICH dies. We're using exclusive in a different sense there, no? 9, community groups and individuals, and this local, national, and transnational organizations should be carefully assess the direct and indirect short-term and long-term potential and definitive impact of any ICH that might affect the viability of ICH. So Carnival is the biggest example. when you open up your country and tourism and all that sort of thing, carnival, think about this. Not only are you giving an experience to the visitors, but the visitors are also bringing an experience to you. So when you're out there on the road, when your young people are out there on the road with the visitors who want to wear no clothes, chances are your youth might also want to wear no clothes. You understand what I'm getting at? Listen, you have to think. It's a two-way street. You're giving and you're getting. So you have to be careful on what it is you want to get. There might be unintended consequences. I think that might be some of what we're dealing with now in the discussion with Carnival as an example. No? And it may happen with many other types of events. Right? But it's for you as a society to negotiate, as we talked about up there. Communities, groups, and where applicable individuals should play a significant role in determining what constitutes threats to their ICH, including, these are words I want you to remember. See them here? Decontextualization, commodification, misrepresentation, taking it out of context, commodification. Imagine, let me see. Let's see. You know, in some belief systems, you have particular artifacts that they believe have a power and so on. Particular, and it's you find it only in a community, it's associated with a belief system and this other thing. And then I look at it and I decide, hey, that thing looks unique. It's a chance to have the community make money while I make some money too. Let's reproduce that because I don't see where we go and 3D print it and all sorts of things. Then we say this is from the sacred culture and belief system of the St. George's townspeople in Grenada. That's commodification that is no longer associated with its true meaning. Be wary of that. Right? However, based on the previous ethical principle, if the community tells you that that is something that they would like to do and it will not change its meaning, then by all means, no? If the community, they do craft and a particular type of thing and that's what they do and can make then that's a different matter, right? Cultural diversity, last two, and the identity of communities, groups, and individuals should be fully respected in respect of values recognized by the communities, in respect of value recognized by the communities, groups and individuals, and sensitivity to cultural norms, specific attention to gender equality, youth involvement, and respect for ethnic identities should be included in the design and implementation of safeguarding measures. You don't want to be involved in ICH that, for example, has a particular practice of, it's not just a matter of men having a particular role, women having a particular role in the ICH, but where women are, for example, abused in the practice of the ICH, or men are abused in the practice of the ICH. You have to be conscious of that. That's an ethical no-no. All right. And the scenarios will come up as we go through this exercise. No? The safeguarding of ICH and this ethnic identity thing here. Societies are changing. For example, the country I come from, you have like 12 different ethnicities, right? And then you have immigrant groups that come and so on. Then the immigrant groups are subject to discrimination, right? So you have to be careful of that ethical consideration as well, right? Because if you think, well, in terms of the history where I come from, everybody has come from somewhere else historically, no? Indigenous people were there, yes. Our African ancestors were brought involuntarily. Our mestizo groups came from warfare. The Grenada came from exile. The East Indians came as indentured workers. The Asians came as indentured workers. The Lebanese were running from warfare in the Middle East. Just like that, no? So every all groups have their own histories and problems. And so there needs to be psychological shift toward the respect of the ICH that you might find as well. No? And then finally, ICH is of general interest to humanity and should therefore be undertaken through cooperation among bilateral, sub-regional, regional, international parties. Nevertheless, communities, groups, and individuals should never be alienated from their own ICH. Should never be alienated from their own ICH. There's no an emerging practice in UNESCO, and I'll end with this. There's no an emerging practice in UNESCO where there's a mechanism for ICH in the case of emergencies. You have persons who come from war-torn zone areas where the whole map, like in Jordan and so on, tent city, you're living in 1 million people. 1 million exiled people because they're from war-torn country. Go to Ukraine right now. 3 million people displaced. And what's going with them is their living heritage. They have a mechanism that's emerging, ICH in emergency situations. That's a whole other field of study that we would undertake one of these days. Right? But it's an emerging practice now under the convention, no? For the Caribbean, emergency also includes natural disasters, like the hurricanes that pass through and can wipe out whole fishing communities, wipe out forests that are endangered, all these those would contribute threats to ICH too in emergency situations. But again, those are discussions we can delve into. So that's it for the ethics of it. Let's take a quick break, and we want to ask Monty to lift our spirits back up. Well, here's what we want to do to encourage Monty. So we're going to clap. Synchronize. So it's supposed to sound like one clap. If we can do that. It's supposed to sound like one clap. Let's see who has good Norris. Will you give us the lead? And then we will try and synchronize our clap with yours. To give Monty some encouragement. Supposed to sound like one clap.
This is a JB, as you know, I'm doing some work on it. I'm doing Grenada, well, Carriacou, Petit Martinique. But I'm doing a boat here. I'm doing a big drum on the Carriacou, and I'm doing the pure Grenada logo on Grenada. So it's a work in progress, not finished. Whatever I do, I try to always portray Grenada. Okay, Mr. So we get a little song for the folks who warm up. Me mama gone, me papa coming, we go cook rice and peas. Me
Mama gone,
papa coming, we go cook rice and peas.
we go cook rice and peas and boil up some and wait till me mama come. We go cook rice and peas and boil up some and wait till me mama come. Me mama come, me papa coming, we go cook rice and peas to eat. Me mama come, me papa coming, we go cook rice and peas to eat. We go cook rice and peas and boil up some and wait till me mama come. We go cook rice and peas and boil up some and wait till me mama come.
Let me give you one for some test people. I lock up my room last night, take a rest. Never heard that? Lock up the room. Only give me a nation, Papa don't want no fat fish, no coconut oil. Me Papa don't want no fat fish, no coconut oil. Me Papa don't want no fat fish, no coconut oil. Only give me a dandy shandy oil. Ay, 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 ay.
And she telele. Ay, 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 ay.
And she telele.
Young woman walk a mile and a half. And she telele. Young woman walk a mile and a half. And she telele.
On the road,
Down the road. And she telele. Up the road, down the road. And she telele. Young woman walk a mile and a half. And she telele. Oh, lady walk a mile and a half. And she telele.
I don't want what she eat and leave. I don't want what she eat and leave.
I don't want what she eat and leave.
Oh, lady,
Walk
walk
a mile and a half. And she telele. Oh, lady walk a mile and a half. And she telele.
one more time.
Simon Goose, don't know your way. Simon Goose, don't know your way.
When the bundles went in the
In the kitchen, eat up one of she big fat chicken. Push it inside the waistcoat pocket. Simon Goose, Simon Goose, don't know your way. Simon Goose, don't know your way. Oh, lady, what pick up one of she big fat chicken. Put it inside the waistcoat pocket. Simon Goose, a little more oil in the lamp. A little more oil in the lamp, I pray. A little more oil in the lamp. Keep it burning to my brain. Sign my name. Sign my name. Sign my name up there. Sign my name. Sign my name up there. Sign my name with a golden pen. A golden pen. Sign my name with a golden pen. Sign my name up there.
I'm supposed to give us one, man. Give us something.
Want all Grenadians to know. We want all Grenadians remember our first 1838. Slavery ended in Grenada.
All Grenadians to know. All Grenadians remember. August
1838.
slavery ended in Grenada again. All Grenadians to know. All Grenadians remember. August 8th in Grenada.
Call an answer. I want all Grenadians to know.
All Grenadians to know. We saying the same thing.
Remember.
Okay.
I want all Grenadians to know.
I want all Grenadians remember.
1838.
Slavery ended in Grenada. Okay. All Grenadians to know. All Grenadians remember. August 4th, 1938. In Grenada. Get it rhythm. Ah.
We want all Grenadians to know.
All Grenadians remember. August 4th, 1838.
Right. So the call and answer. We want all Grenadians to know before we come in. We want all Grenadians remember. I say August 1st, 1838.
Slavery ended in Grenada. Okay, good. That's okay. No, we want all Grenadians remember. August 1st, 1838. Slavery ended in Grenada. We want all Grenadians to know. Yes, so all Grenadians remember. You don't say?
Yeah, no,
The stamp, okay. But a while, maple one. I hear all what say, the road made to walk, and I hear they say they go pity partisan, but if they ever interfere, amen. I hear all what say, the road made to walk, and I hear they say they go pity partisan, but if they ever interfere, amen. Motion. Made to walk, and I hear they say they go pity partisan, if they ever interfere, amen.
All right. Thank you. All right. So let's take 2 minutes, get your coffee and so on, and then we come back. Coffee and water. Thank you very much, Monty and Ruth, Julie, and Marlene.
When we drink our children, don't forget your royal spray on Saturday and Sunday coming this weekend at the Labukan at Lagoon Road. It starts at 8 o'clock on Saturday. And really stuff.
Oh, you're gonna do that song. Killing the street father. Street father was on road and
Ads as well.
yeah, they could have, but not so big. They can't even solve it. They can't even pass it.
But I'm on the road. I'm
We bring that back on Saturday after.
I thought you were going to join me.
Yeah, so the same whole parade or climax everything. Bring your costume.
Nice, brother. From thumbs up to you, man. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
No DJ that.
And then I want a serious interview after that. We get people feedback concerning that. And maybe that's a step in the right direction. I can't. I mean, yes, I'm moving, but I try to comprehend this big truck DJ. It doesn't fit. It's like it's miles away from the people, but the bang inside. I mean, you grow up pushing back. Your brother, your father putting back. I tell you, man. Yes, sir.
We have to bring that out.
Slime on those.
Yeah.
Me? No, I've never done. Maybe, no.
That's one? That was?
A very long. Many, many years ago. I don't know how to do that anymore. I have a left foot.
That's
I'm uncoordinated.
No, but that's not culture. Most of the people oh, yeah, I see that. Oh, yes, I see that. Oh, yeah. That's what
I have no coordination whatsoever. Terrible.
I want to just take a picture. I want
All right. Let's proceed along.
no.
Who are you talking about there?
Yes.
Monty? What's the slime mongoose you're talking about?
A lot of them.
Huh?
A lot.
What? Why you look at Mr. Newton just now? All right. Celine, you mind giving me a hand? Mind giving me a hand changing these things? Mind giving me a hand changing these? All right, so we're into pre-plan informed consent. This is central to any of the work that you'll be doing, and even if you want to inscribe, let's say the next time around you submit a proposal to UNESCO for a project, it will clearly have to be a part of your work, pre-plan informed consent, the submitting entity, because now you have a group of practitioners, persons who are trained, you have the stakeholders you have stakeholders which are now yourselves who will be trained on understanding this. And then as you go into the documentation process, you'll also want to establish pre-plan informed consent. If for some reason you get to a point where one of the elements within Grenada, you want to inscribe it at the international level, you will also need to get pre-plan informed consent. Now, one of the things I sit on the body internationally that review files that are submitted by states, and one of the practices now, states used to prepare these standard forms, and have people learn it, no? What they want communities to do now is to write in their own words that they know what it is that is being asked of UNESCO at the international level, and that they're informed of it, and that they're giving their consent for the elements of Grenada to be inscribed at the international level. So in the region, what elements are inscribed at the international level? Jamaica's reggae was inscribed a couple years ago. Reggae of Jamaica. Of course, I think reggae is now international, no? Probably universal, right? But it is inscribed yoga. Another is not from the region, but certainly something people can. You did?
Yes, that's like on the post of those, like what happened when you get embedded in a culture, somebody wants to add a grade and just do yoga.
Yes.
You know, the weaponization.
Well, that is transmitted from generation and it becomes a practice, yes. Certainly. All right. The curricular language, music, and dance is inscribed. You have the French, Martinique, Guadeloupe have inscriptions. But there are opportunities for Grenada, as one of the states moving ahead with implementation, should be thinking ahead. Because when you do the inventory work, the documentation and inventory, you should be thinking that it potentially can be inscribed at the international level. Right? So the work that you do in this pilot field is important for what will happen down the road. No, you have to do it well. You understand what I mean? How you start something will determine how far you can take it. No. So we can move to the next slide then. So in this presentation, why it's necessary? It's an emerging standard for the rights of indigenous people. I'll give you a regional example of that. Pre-plan informed consent and the convention. Why? Why prior? Why consent? How does this apply to inventory? Who can provide consent? Because that's critical. The issue of protection, positive enabling features, creating agreements, and key points to consider. So most ICH consists of traditional cultural expressions and traditional knowledge, which are not covered by copyright legislation. See those songs how you're playing this now? Are they protected by copyright here? No. You know why? It's hard to copyright it.
I don't know who you belong to.
Huh? That's it. That's it. Flora hit the nail on the head. Could you repeat it?
Who are the owners of that?
So an organization cannot copyright it, it must be done by an individual.
Well,
Let's say
it's a tricky thing. First, you have to have legislation that allows you to do that at the national level. That is aligned with international convention. So you need national authorities involved in that. Most states haven't gotten there yet because you have to explore what it is constitutes your traditional cultural expression and traditional language. This is why the documentation and inventory is important. Right? So, yes, sir.
Just last week, Eddie Brown was taken from court, taken from the court for using his song.
During his campaign?
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. But the success of it will depend on whether or not it's protected by there's proof of ownership, composition, and all that sort of thing. That will be, so if you, for example, you think it's a Grenada, you're singing a song and you say, but I hear that for a long time, that's a Grenada song. And then you end up in Antigua, So what did you do singing this our song? Then you'll have to ask yourself, wait, is this our song? You see what I'm getting at?
Because one of the songs that Marlene sang, the Trinidadian sing it as well.
You see?
The I hear Trinidadian sing it. The Shango song, yeah.
The other friend that went to Trinidad to study dance, when he came back, he failed his exam because the songs they were singing was Grenada, and for the Trinidad, when he researched it, it was Grenada, but all his songs. But basically, most of the things in Trinidad. Yeah, and so on. Even Crofton Maguire, Mr. Trinidad, wrote a lot of the songs that they sing in Trinidad because they used to go to Trinidad to record. Rice and Peter that Grenadian song. Christina, that's what we all do like Crofton Maguire. So these are the things that you see.
So what I'm saying, if you don't have a small task ahead of you, you see, when you're interviewing, you have to interview. When did you hear, so Miss Marlene, when did you first hear that song? Imagine when we was Marlene. When did you first hear that song?
I don't know.
Did you sing it as a child?
Must have. I don't know. Just yeah. Just hear it and learn it. I honestly don't know.
Okay.
I've known it for a very long time.
Okay. So you have to interview somebody else.
Yes.
And triangulate. Yeah, use the word triangulate. You have to get multiple sources of information in order to try and piece this thing together. Because you might still up in something like Grenada and beef. The clear right away. Have some idea where it originates. Consider that. Right away.
Really? Not a instrument, but not a song.
Instrument is Grenada. Well, time to educate me. Yes, I'm not denying I'm just. Yeah, tell us about that, please.
No, I think
there's a debate.
So.
Well, I want to get the debate. I don't
Yes. Like the ballet, for example, the ballet dance. There were people from Trinidad coming to teach us here the ballet dance. But if we had an our ballet dance, the professionals like Marlene and what was there? Marlene is know that there's a mimic dance of the French origin. All the Africans
French
was at the hip when they were here. So, but the ballet dance originally, someone from Trinidad, I said, no, Sweden, that's our thing. The French was not down there, they were here fighting with the British for.
Yeah, but check this out, right? So if I live here and I go to Trinidad and I practice Salakai, practice Shango, and practice belly, and then my children are born over there and I pass it on to them. And they're Trinidadians, they could be Grenadians because I'm a Grenadian, but they don't become Grenadians. They remain Trinidadians, probably never come in, and then they have children and they pass it on.
Comes on ICH there.
Yeah.
So I just think, I hear people saying that, like Trinidad took it from Grenada, like, so how did Trinidad take it? I don't think I don't think the things that happen in Trinidad that are connected to Grenada, I don't think it came through research and taking it back. I think it came through the migration.
It's a migration, yes, after French went.
Powerful perspective. Consider. Yes, Ms.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
I was watching a documentary, I think it was on GIS sometime this year. And I think the issue with the steel pan, that why some people think it's Grenadian, because I believe there were a lot of Grenadians migrated to Trinidad to work and to do other things. So I believe that there were some Grenadian men that was involved in either carnival or some aspects of
The oil industry?
So it could be possible that it's a Grenadian that started the oil drums, but the Grenadian was living over in Trinidad at the time.
Well,
Yeah, so and because there were two of the gentlemen on the program, and they took back the culture also to Grenada around the same time, whenever it started. So it's like it kind of started around the same time in both islands because there's a Grenadian connection because there was Grenadians living in Trinidad at the time who was
Okay.
involved in the whole oil drum.
You see, you're giving a narrative there. Now, when you do the documentation, you'll want to see if you can get that from multiple sources, no? Like the who, what's, and so on, when, where, why, and how, so that you can document it properly. And if you can get it in black and white, better, no?
I just want to add.
Or from, yeah.
Most of you will know Mr. Philip.
Mhm.
This is his stories. One night we were performing just over there for her. And she said to us, when there were 200 Trinidadian guys, she said, let me tell you something to you all young men. Folk and folk dancing, Grenada and Jamaica was kind of top in folk. The other countries of the Caribbean was not involved in folk dance as Grenada when she was performing as a young girl. So we have a lot of work to do in relation to that issue. Grenada was very early in folk and culture, while Jamaica was kind of coming close to us. So I'm just saying this from this time of day.
You know, what makes it difficult to face these things in the region is because we have a shared history, you see. So it's not unlikely that these things will emerge regionally. Those will have slightly different variations and manifestations. Right? So you have to keep that in mind. And that is a challenge. So what really has to happen, the more countries begin to implement the convention, the more we have to have regional conferences and meetings on these things. And I know Eugenia, for example, she has had experience, I'm sure when she did her work before we had to, these cross-cultural exchanges, we build an awareness about the particular elements and so on, so that you can begin to see the interconnection. Right? I'll give you a good one. I'm very Belize, and I feel proud of our Garifuna heritage and so on. And then Belize is in the Western Caribbean. And I go to Suriname, in South America, the gateway to the Caribbean. And I'm in the market. And I'm looking at the market. I said, but what is going on here? This looks like the Garifuna people in Belize. And then right down to the implements that they use. And yes, ma'am.
No, you can say, I just wanted, you said what the impact we have with the actual taxes on the but how it was risen about by the English prices. How they use these and system to interpret what they do from there. But I think it was now a lot of Canadians think that jobs was the fact that
Race and
to Grenada, but it really isn't. Now,
I did right now.
we also covered in that way.
Okay, we are racing.
Sensory, I mean, they have to go on. So, you know, I mean, it's
Okay, last name?
in all French Caribbean, one French island, but it's not the English, but it's not to.
Okay, couple things to remember. Slavery, different people from different West African tribes and groups being scattered across the Caribbean, South America, North America. Some of what our ancestors brought are about to remain. Two, there was inter-island migration. Same way, and even in modern times, people get up and go to different. So we have a serious issue here in the Caribbean. it's kind of going to be hard to pinpoint. Some things you'll be able to pinpoint because of the documentation you'll undertake and has been undertaken by people in the past. But going forward, there's going to be some serious homework. Some of you will probably emerge as researchers in this field, right? Exploring particular ice age and its regional origins, perhaps. And then you will offer an opportunity to regionally propose elements, no? Because I was telling you, the wall that they use for the cassava in Central America, the cassava is not a thing in Central America, the corn is. But the Caribbean brought the cassava. And where the cassava come from? Caribbean, the Eastern Caribbean, and before that in South America. So I'm looking at these people, Jesus Christ, the story that's been told, the story as a historical narrative, doesn't start in St. Vincent, starts in South America. 400 years before the narrative starts in St. Vincent. That's a 600-year connection. An incomplete story. The same thing that you have to do. Okay? The cacao. Right? Same thing you'll have to do. So it brings us to the second point. No community ownership of culture and ice age is recognized and supported by the convention. Few countries have rights for communities in this regard. Yes, it's hard to say in point. So I asked Marlene said, no, you just learned it somewhere. You really have to think. Monty, where did you learn it? The sound and so on. But you learned it from somewhere.
Yeah, when the folk groups that were taught up there, some of the older folks taught.
Excuse me. Then you have to take who are some of the other folks in order to come and right? And write those names down. The UNESCO conventions deal with state parties and not communities. That's the other thing. So you're being trained, but UNESCO will never intersect with the communities directly. It intersects with the state, right? Pre-planned informed consent provides an instrument for communities, however. I think that's happening right now in real time in the region as a precedent setting thing. Has to do with the Maya in Central America. In Belize, for example, you may have been following the news. The Maya took the government to court, Belizean government, saying that they have customary rights to their land and its use. They won the case. The government appealed the case all the way to the CCJ. The CCJ said no, the Maya people have their rights, and you have to implement a particular protocol for dealing with these communities. And guess what it's called? Pre-planned informed consent consultation protocol. So the government is now in a battle with the communities because to implement it, it runs the risk of the government not being able to do anything in those communities as a supranational authority without the consent of the communities, right? So the government did this. I'll tell you what happened. Government said to the CCJ, here we implement the written protocol. What the indigenous community told the CCJ, we don't know anything about that. Whatever protocol they had, they didn't consult with us.
Yep.
So it's a very serious problem. But it also empowers pre-planned informed consent, empowers communities. So the question now for Grenada, an example would be, will you implement some sort of pre-planned informed consent protocol for this process, documentation and inventory process, one, and two, or will you have a national mechanism for that? And foreign researchers, and so on, no? Right? Through your library, your Ministry of Culture.
But you see, that Mayan community, they probably have a very strong sense of identity, of being separate, just like the Maroons in Jamaica, because that solidarity is incredible. I mean, I don't know if we have that.
But then it's a more complicated than that.
No, no.
I only gave you 3/4 of the story.
Mm.
In my communities, the leaders are arguing among each other. One set of leaders are saying, we consulted. These are people who are sitting next to each other, like you, colleagues. One is saying, no, we consulted. So what the government did, they went and they took money and brought money into the system.
Divide and rule. Divide and conquer.
Mhm.
That's right.
So money is saying, we consulted. And then Nadina, who's sitting there, said, no, you're a sellout.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
We would believe. And this is a multicultural society. This is one of 13 different ethnicities in the country. It's a very complex thing, multiculturalism. Right? And then take me, for example. I have a Spanish last name. I'm 75, I did 75% indigenous, 15% Afro, and then the small minority European. If I go into the Maya communities in the East and tell them I'm indigenous, they want to go around with me. Right? So the mixed heritage thing is also a problem. Right? Yesterday, who told Adina she is 1.5 something? You notice I said, no, she can't be half. Adina can't be half of anything. No disrespect, Dexter. She is, if anything, she is two. You can't be half. That was a colonial type categorization of people. You understand what I mean? That was a colonial categorization. To see how much black you had in you, or how much white you had in you. Right? But in modern times, you have to hold on. That doesn't apply to you. If you're one, you're both of your parents, you can't be half of each. Right? So even for me, when I looked at it, I said, no man, this can't be my thing. This can't be my DNA thing. Yes, that's it. That's it. That's it. As a matter of fact, the more I live, the more I realize I'm everything and nothing and everything. Right? Because in education, in psychology, and in human behavior, more and more environments, and I think you're saying when the mind expands, it can't shrink back again, you know. When you learn something, how are you going to unlearn it? You can adapt it, amend it, but you can't unlearn it. You understand what I'm saying, you, the next time Shakespeare appears, you're going to be paying attention.
I might be the Christian.
But you can't unlearn it, no matter what. Right? So, as a fourth point, increasing awareness of communities who want to have rights in their traditions are used as content and applied. The communities, the Maya example is a good example of that. So, there's an emerging standard for the rights of indigenous people. We have indigenous rights from the rights of indigenous convention. There are no, I think the problem with all of these things, however, is that when you start to get, you have these universal codes and free things. Problem is once you start to get into the community themselves, the implementation is quite problematic. Because of how complex societies are. This is why people are, ethnicities are killing ethnicities in other parts of the world, right? Going on for generations. They have UNESCO as one entity, UN as another entity, WIPO, one entity. These are entities that deal with this indigenous rights issues. Next slide, thank you. So there, if you look at the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, Articles 11, 12, and 19. These are applications of free, prior, and informed consent with dealing with indigenous people. I used to run used to be the director of the focal entity that received researchers from abroad. And what we did as practice was, if a foreigner is coming in to do research, they have to get a permit from us. But before we give them the permit, they have to make sure that they have contact with the indigenous community and bring that in written form to us. Then we go to the indigenous community, consult with them, is this okay, you have contact, what do we discuss, and so on and so forth, to cover our details, no?
How would they get in touch with the indigenous community in the process?
They have to come in, inform us of what they're doing. We give them directions. If you're doing this particular research, go see this person or that person. And so also we know who the leaders were, no? Who speaks for who, which is an issue we'll bring up right now. All right, so the ethics issue. Ethics is intertwined with the legal instruments. Legal instruments are defined many times by what the ethics are and the ethical practices are in a country. So what I'm saying is the practice that you develop now, the practice that you develop now will become precedent for what happens in the future. Very critical thing, you know. Like if you're in culture, it's something that you have to pay attention to. You're in tourism, can't let it slide by because it will have tremendous backlash for your society. If you're in education, you have to make sure that you have some set of practices that you establish now and continue to adapt and change as you learn more about the system landscape. So you're setting precedents. And better yet, if you put it in black and white, in terms of what your ethical procedures and systems will be, Darrell and Adriana can't emphasize this enough. We will have to reconvene to establish a practice. What will be the procedure in terms of how you go about the pilot first, and then expanding documentation inventory. Then, while you're doing that, culture is listening and learning, because they have to develop a mechanism for the broader society. Education is listening and learning. They have to develop a mechanism for the broader society. Then ideally, you want culture and education to be talking. Then tourism, listening, so if people like that come to your doorstep, you know exactly where to send them, right? This is why that sheet that we established at the very beginning, the process, practice, and all that, was critical. So you understand the landscape, who's doing what inside the landscape. Each of you should have in your mind after you leave here, you should have in your mind, you come across a situation, you should be able to say, hold on, you know what? You have to go see people at culture. No, you need to go see people at Spice Max. You need to go see the people at tourism. You have to go see the people at GNT. You understand? This is what needs to happen so that it begins to become like a well-oiled machine. Everyone synchronizing, building trust, relationship, and so on, right? So, free, prior, and informed consent is required. And the process is to be described in terms of the convention in two things. In developing nominations, when you nominate an element to the international level, you need to have that. And when you are implementing any safeguarding set of measures or plans, safeguarding measures or plans. When a safeguarding measure is inventory, documentation, that's a safeguarding measure. Inventory is a safeguarding measure. So you need free, prior, and informed consent. If you, for example, identify a threat to an element in your inventory and you want to develop an intervention, the free, prior, and informed consent to develop the intervention must also come from the community. You understand? Culture will be very tempted to, and I hope they are. They're saying, you know what, we have to help drumming, for example, want to teach that, transmit that, because there's certain risks to it for argument's sake. But to do it, they need what? Monty? Free, prior, consent. That the measures or plans for safeguarding that are going to be implemented come with your knowledge. You give this, yeah, that can work, ma'am. This is something we can do. These are the resources we have available. Folks are saying, yes, we support it. These are the resources we can do. Tourism doing the same thing. If tourism wants to intervene, to develop an intervention for a safeguarding plan or measure for an ICH after you've documented an inventory, because you'll be understanding the landscape then. You understand? You'll be able to generate this. Oh, this is in trouble. We need to give this attention. This is good. Let's continue to support that. Where do we need to allocate resources? Over here. Over here. That's all the thing. This kind of thinking there.
You know, this is one day I saw my face on the television.
You saw a face on television?
Yeah, I jumped in my costume.
Jesus,
and somebody took some place and entered a Caribbean competition and won the winner for the tourism sector. And I was there and I said, nobody had the concept, you know.
You win the competition, I didn't know.
No, not somebody. Somebody took a picture of me and independence and entered a competition. And I just saw the picture. They showed up on the screen.
Monty, you must be good, brother.
Well, it's supposed to get half of the reward.
He got some camera, and then when I went to the school and the person was teaching, and I told the headmaster, he said this guy had been always using your costume outfit and made money. And I almost, well, the reason why I didn't pursue it, I was wanting a lawyer. My daughter went on the computer and passed the guy. I really glad your mother. This is what it's not good. They don't like it, but you know they will take it and make money.
Yeah.
So I have to
document myself. Very good. Andrea?
When you were just performing, now when you go home and share it on Facebook.
Very good.
Whatever, so you show them I think it's something to know where now because we can travel so fast.
No, you know what we'll do? To practice it. Very good. I'm very happy you brought it up. Because you know how many images I have at home that I hesitate to use? And we'll do it right now. All of us taking photographs. We're going to ask for the consent of the persons in the room.
Please do.
If you, how are you going to use it? Are you going to use it for educational purposes? Is it going to put Andrea on TikTok for argument's sake?
I had a situation one time where somebody in my church posted my picture on Facebook, and I got offended, and I asked her to take it out. And I guess the person didn't think well, but I just
That's your right.
Because you can't just take my picture and post it with my consent.
Okay, I haven't but I did. Somebody asked me to do. I was discussing that with somebody. Somebody Sanders called me one day. Well, a new organization called me. The company Sanders. So the person said, "Come on, the old clothes in this way." I said, "Okay, come leave what you're doing, or drop it and come now." So I went to Sanders, expecting to take some photograph, not knowing was a video of advertisement that Sanders was doing. So I was looking for the person before I put on my old costume and spoke up. I didn't see the person. So one of the guys said, "Let's put on your costume," but we get on it. So we did put on the old costume. So when the photographer saw it, they said, "Wow, this is the best thing. We didn't looking for that." And we worked for 4 hours, about $300. That is on the advertisement over 8 years. We don't get anything. So if you look up syndication,
$300 to hit there.
And you work for marketing, they would have gotten from that.
so that is,
That's less than 1 cent per day.
thank you. So I mean, I talked to lawyers, I talked to nobody.
You know what? That's because you agreed to it. Yeah.
But I didn't agree with it because if I go to group it will be.
No, but I mean, the more you go, the better knowledgeable you become, no? The more knowledgeable you become, right?
Well, no, but I have a question about when there's a difference between being the subject of a photo and being part of a general view. So if you're walking on the beach and somebody's taking a picture of Grenada and you are somewhere in the frame, you really can't say, well, you have permission.
Yes.
So the point is that how far back in a view? So if I come right up close and take a picture of you, well, definitely trespassing on you now. But the minute I pull back and then there's the whole room, what then?
Yes.
Do I get permission from each person? And if I go even further back and the room is just part of the entire complex, at what point do you say you're trespassing on my rights?
Let me share what we do at my school.
Yeah.
When we are going to post any pictures on Facebook or anything like that, of the children or anything like that, the rule is, and I don't know how far this goes, how much actions or something, but once you can identify the individual photo, you need a consent.
Okay.
Right? Then you have to get their consent.
All right. So there are several ways to do this. And we can start with the practice right now, Nadine.
I'm thinking I'm going to do that because I had a client who gave me whoever photo you at the hotel. And I said, so great for me to see, and she did. And it was a picture of me standing in Carnival and a portrait of me that was posted in the people's hotel. It's owned by foreigners. I didn't even know that, of course. I kept it. But it was amazing that I was 9 years old.
9?
Yeah, I was 9 in the photo.
Oh no.
Standing by the pool watching Carnival, and it was just me in the picture. And you could see that there were adults around, but that was like
Yeah, you were the subject. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's what we'll have to do. Let's see.
Sometimes-
Rachel and Nadine, could you help us with something? Just to get the practice of it. Could you help us, like tomorrow morning, right? Could you develop some mechanisms where you ask the permission of the group to have pictures taken and to be used for strictly promotion of the project and for educational purposes? Could you do something like that? Yeah, but I'm asking you now because as we go through this, some more ideas will emerge for you. Is that okay? All right.
Just for photo taking.
So education and for promotion of the project. Is there another reason why you want this?
No, but you see, there's another thing, a news item, because journalists will take a picture, somebody has an accident in the street, you standing on the side there, you're pretty close to the car, maybe you're looking over the person who got knocked down. You are easily identifiable, but it's a news item. It's a different thing to somebody doing research or publishing something in a magazine or whatever.
Sometimes, you know what, sometimes when they meet the news, people are aware of it, they tell the journalists, don't use my face.
Yes.
But you have to be aware. Eugenia, and then Newton. Eugenia? Maria? Okay, sorry, Maria. Sorry.
But as me as a photographer, it's a priority.
A priority.
People and myself. But I know the photograph have the rights to take photograph in the space, public space.
Public
like
space,
the
yeah.
street and everything. So we have the right to take photograph. As I say, for example, in a Carnival stadium, is absolutely right.
The massive public gathering.
Exactly. Because by law, we have protection of it. But the main thing is the trust, building trust with the people that I want to photograph. As for example, if I approach you I just talk to you as my parent. So this is my job. You want to help me because I help you to get promotion. My advertising, my book, my magazine, or whatever website. So that's the main thing for photography, like building trust.
Yeah. So a priori simply means like you gave a good example. You're in a mass public event, a football game, you know, the message running down there, you know, you. Well, with him, though, if you're going to use him, his image, he has protected, he has his image protected.
Yeah, boy.
Right? So you can't go sell that to Laughing Tires and use his image because he has his rights protected, no?
Yeah.
However, if you're one of the people up in the stands over here and then you're then that the photographer does have some rights there, no?
There was a Marcus, the same picture with my face, an organization in the States in Marcus Garvey, I think there's someone in Marcus Garvey. They was hosting this party and they used the same image. And the guy got rehorrors. And that organization in the States used the face as a business.
So that's Marcus Garvey, you're running for trouble.
I'm not sure about that. I believe there is another intention moving to, particularly with as a child, publishing child.
Yes.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's as a standard practice, don't do it, no?
Again, removing for those.
I remember to bring up a little with all this passing the camera, and just taking pictures of, I don't know who the pictures are, but how you just smile.
You know, one of the things you have to do here, as part of this process, you have to look at your legislation. See what your legislation, existing legislation says, no? All right, Eugenia?
Then most of the person would think that they have the right to take a food from you because you are on the street, whether that's on the street or wherever. However, one thing that I think happens, a lot of us might not be so aware of is our school sites.
Right.
At one place, I go up and I see people who are quite sure were not asked for their permission and the process of selling their image as market woman.
Yeah.
Whatever. And I think some public awareness about that for people, but at the same time, I also don't want to sort of deaden photography or people, taking photos of interesting things. But I think that more of us also need to be aware that sometimes when they're taking photos, not just because you're looking nice or whatever, they're going to go and sell that image, and you will get nothing for it.
Right.
Now, the only final point I want to make is that with another department of culture, not Grenada's, I decided that I would, in my effort to help promote traditional masquerades, I would sponsor a prize for a photographer who takes a picture of a traditional masquerader, and half of the money was go to the photographer and half would go to the traditional masquerade, whoever that masquerade was. And I was really disappointed when I was not in that country. I was in contact with the culture people of that country. They gave the prize, but I sent out the money. They gave the prize only to the photographer. The photographer said to them, "Oh, he didn't know who the masquerader was, but all the photographers in that country are required to have a number." I mean, all of them required to have a number because there have been issues in the past. So all of them are issued with a number each time. So there's no way that he or they, but they gave the money to the photographers, and that was really disappointing to me because my main goal was sort of to
have a trickle down effect.
For the masquerade.
Right. So what you could do too, like in the case of Spice Fast, if you issue same sort of, what do you call it, permissions, have official photographers. And then if you're going, you only have them, you only use their photographs, but you do a public advocacy where, an awareness where they'll say, okay, you have X number of photographers, these 3 are the licensed photographers, and if their photos are to be used for promotional purposes, the tourism, or for Spice Mass Corporation, then those persons who are given some sort of stipend or, yeah. Yes, Maria.
I know that this most of the people that use this photograph for say, okay.
Mhm.
But the other thing of the history is about promotion. But this photograph, for example, right? So like it's like going around the world, but thanks for this photo because they promotion Grenada on the map. I know that's not the right because probably they need to ask permission. The other side of the history is about everybody knows from
Globalization.
Grenada, everybody knows. I want to go there for which photograph. But then in that case, the photographer should be required to have photo release for. Exactly. Every person that is taking a photo of.
Yeah.
Needs to sign that.
Yeah.
Or at least explain what you are needing.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. If you can't catch all of it, but you can say that you have these official. So I remember I used to work with the national celebrations, and you have 2 official photographers, and you give them upfront, here's your money. All the photographs come back to the institution. And then the institution uses those for promotional materials and so on later on. But you're paid up front. But if you end up using that, you have to either come back to us for permission, or you can't use it at all, depending on what you agree to, no? But so those are the kinds of things you'll have to get into your practice, no? So let's try and wrap this up. By the way, you can help yourselves to just there's snacks in the back if you want something to. You're getting hungry. So free, prior and informed consent is required for the development and submission of nominations. We talked about that. There are 3 lists, 2 and 3. You have the representative list, the RL. You have the urgent safeguarding list, USL, and the register of good safeguarding practices. This is you thinking ahead. In the very near future, by the way, time creeps up very quickly. All of a sudden, you're going to find yourself, should we nominate something to the international level, no? You'll be faced with that question, right? Will you continue? So when you're filling out the forms, for argument's sake, selection criteria for inscription of the USL, for example, criterion U4. And I'm just orienting you to what this looks like. It's got criterion U4 on the form. It asks you, when it's being evaluated, has the element been nominated following the widest possible participation of the community groups and individuals concerned with their free, prior, and informed consent? When we evaluate the files, we look at it, and we will look at the responses and what the communities have said. And if there is enough evidence that the communities want it, then it checks out that criteria, and then it can move ahead in the evaluation process. No? So if you're going to put 2 drumming of Grenada, for argument's sake, if Monty's name doesn't appear there now, at some point as one of the persons giving consent, or the communities involved, then chances are will not be inscribed. That's important, no? So the consultative body charged with examining nominations insisted at its last session that nominations should not only demonstrate the consent by communities, but also describe the process of how free, prior, and informed consent was obtained. They have to describe the process. You can't just put it on paper and say, we consulted with these people. No. When, who are these people? In what setting? How frequent were the meetings? What were the findings of the meeting? That sort of thing. All right. So free implies that it's given without any pressure, manipulation, or fraud. You sign the thing, Mr. Come down, man. I want to take a picture. Set your right up. You have to say, Mr. Galala, hold on. Slow down. Talk to me properly so I understand what you're saying. No rush me. That's right. Freely given without any coercion, manipulation, or intimidation, or any fear of repercussion. Somebody from tourism going to Mr. Monty. Mr. Monty, remember we helped you last year? Remember that, right, Mr. Monty? Sign this thing for me.
You may not get help this year.
Mr. Monty, we're trying to set aside allocations for this year. So be aware of these things. I'm not saying that tourism will do that. Julian doesn't strike me as that kind of person.
You need a note.
Can I ask for some help from the group? Somebody posted a picture of me tightening a drum at the museum. At the, we call a place where they park the cars behind the museum. The Julia. Yes, you will see somebody pulling some drum with like 50 drums on the ground. So those of you who look and see, you find out the look of it. It's up and it's on sale. Yeah, so, yeah, I think
You're already exploiting him.
the guy didn't really want me there. I went there, he said, we just gonna try with the photo. But nice fog and all sort of things. Jesus, I haven't got a single one from him.
You see? That's
He
how
promised to give me $1,000 because he wanted to do an exhibition at the museum, which didn't happen in over 5 years. And people have been seeing the pictures at different places. I will charge him $100 grand.
That's a no-no.
You have to sign something before.
Is there something?
I know the guy well.
Monday. This is a joke, right? Don't Will Smith me, please. But you see one of the disadvantages of being a good-looking fellow. That's right.
I just, from listening to Monty, it's so unfortunate over and over again, he would having that experience. Can we, as we try to capture and safeguard, we know we spoke about these guardians of this invisible heritage, very simple people, and may be exploited in the same way. Can we try to, or is there some sort of legal support, or you can give advice to them so they can know, okay, if this is my experience, I can go to this body and get,
You could set up a session in your own inventory work when you're preparing to do this. Bring in a lawyer who deals with this sort of thing.
Do we have?
And just have them describe to you what the law says, no? This could be a simple 1 hour session like that, and you just ask questions back and forth.
Look, by the end of today, you will see on your mobile that you've been joined into Grenada Heritage Network. Now, you see how Monty asked us here, but this is us here. He asked us for help. Say, listen, what do you all think? And that's the purpose of that network. So it'll be the starting point. So that anybody has any problems, we just, we just put it on you text it on your WhatsApp, and we all give our opinion, and we say, look, I know a lawyer who could actually help here, or give an opinion at least. So we have to associate. And this is what we call community ownership. We taken back control. So it's the community that has to do it. Then the government will respond. You might find legislation in a year or 2 or whatever time frame, because they see the community that way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Grenada Heritage Network, I love it.
Yeah.
So prior means consent is given before any decisions are made. No rush, Monty. Communities concerned must be given sufficient time with the internal agreement and activities for which consent is sought in accordance with their custom. We have communities you go to Monty. Monty sign this thing. But Monty said, hold on. Slow down there, Mr. Darrell. I have to go back to my drummers, talk with them first, and then I'll get back to you on Saturday. Is that okay? Call me Saturday at 11. If you don't get me at 11, the deal is off. I'm just giving you an example of these sorts of things, what that means. No? The other processes that some communities have people who speak for them, no? You know, if you go to one of Monte's drummers, ideally Monte's drummer should say, I have to check with Mr. Monte first, if that's the system they have in place, no? Prior to any action taken, planning, including planning, implementation, evaluation, and closure. Don't tell me to sign that paper after you made your recordings and taken photographs. See this? And all of you will be taking photographs starting tomorrow morning. So Nadine and Rachel will help us with this. Don't tell me to sign anything after you've made your recording and taken a photograph. Inform implies that people concerned are provided in an accessible way, the language, the format, with comprehensive information and proposed activities, including the economic, social, and cultural impacts, as well as their possible consequences. You notice, first workshop, Adriana read about a whole thing about part of my heritage. Did she provide a table that you looked at? Yesterday when we started, she did the same thing again. All right? And we're moving into this phase. And you have this phase. It wasn't because she was trying to impress you. Well, it's a very impressive thing, Adriana. It was because she was informing you. All right? So that you are aware. Informed about the nature, scope, purpose, duration, benefits, impacts, risk, personality. Was Adriana doing that? Can you see it? And if you have questions, it's important that you ask. Complete transparency in the language the community understands. So it sounds like this. When I ask you, you will say, you will hear things like, I am conscious of. I know about, I heard about, I am aware of. Yes, my dear.
The other thing is so important happening to me in Australia was when I covered the usual was activities in the countryside. It's about the child protection. That's the reason the concern must be so important to everyone to sign, because I just hear a bit of the sign that the child over there, they have probably the parents are divorced and they have domestic violence and they are separated, the mom and the child, and they don't want anyone to know the location of the kids. So
to protect the safety.
Protect the child and right thing to sign.
Which reminds me, Maria, since you raised that issue of Australia, if you want a model, Australia is one of the few countries that has a model for indigenous rights, Aborigine rights, developed by their communities, by the Aborigine people, about how to interact in those spaces. No, they're one of the few places that have that. Consent, the right of the target group to say yes or no, the right to form an independent opinion after being well informed. That's when consent comes. Consent by the representative body of the peoples involved and includes the right to say no. In no case should consent be presumed or implied. New consent must be sought. Listen to this. This is where we're getting into the nitty-gritty now. New consent must be sought for uses other than that for which the original consent was granted. So we'll be talking tomorrow, for example, about promotion and awareness of the project. We'll be talking about educational purposes for inventorying and so on, where when you're promoting this inventorying exercise, you have your photographs up there, you're the trainers, and so on. But if Daryl wants to use it, Daryl is a very terrible example. I'm going to use it, and slap me if you feel like. But if Daryl wants to use your photograph on the side of the cooperative bank outside there. Gloria Newton, saving for the future. empowering our communities, then you say Andrea and JD. Right? That's how he wants to use the photograph. You know already that he has to come back to you for that purpose. Then you have the right to say yay or nay. But Daryl isn't going to do that. I'm just giving it as an example. I'm going to stand away from Daryl now.
I have something to throw you.
Suppose you ask all of those things up front. You went to the person and you made that quick. You don't have to keep doing that and ask for permission.
If you do it up front, no. Because if you're saying we're going to use for educational purposes, for commercial purposes, but here's how you as communities, I'm thinking the community perspective now. Let's say 10 commercial purposes. You see how Monty made a whopping $200 for 8 years? Advise JD, advise Monty what he should do the next time around. What should Monty do the next time around?
Charge 3,000.
Well, that's one possibility.
You agree or I sign.
Hold on. Let's hear JD, please. JD is our in-house expert on this. Go ahead. Okay, and if he agrees to that, right?
There should be a written contract.
A written contract.
Terms and conditions.
Terms and conditions. Whatever those are. If you agree to a single $300, that's fine. But if you, based on your experience, want to know how long will this thing run, you can run it for a year. If you run it for a second year, you'll have to pay that sort of thing, right? Good? Thank you for advising Monty JD.
I'm concerned about the jargon that people sometimes use that.
The jargon.
I know it's a puzzle.
And you sign up with it and then you realize.
Go back to the slide. Go back to the previous slide. Watch this. Go back one more. Sorry, go forward. Sorry.
Informed.
The one where second line, no? Accessible. Yeah. So you have a response. You're looking at 2 ends here. When you're doing it, make sure the communities understand. Don't try to go down to the community and try using big language for them and don't use that. That's trickery, no? Right? Go back one more slide, please. Here. Must be given sufficient time. Don't hurry and sign it either. You see how the Monty come now.
Don't worry about it, just sign.
Come now. No, I need some time. No, Monty, there's $300 here, Monty. Come now. No, you need time, right?
I have an example. I know someone whose artwork was put in a music video. And when he saw the video, there was a woman on his head, whining on his head, and she put on the ground and she legs up in the air. And he was like,
Yoga.
So he asked them to, they said to him that he cannot agree for his work to be something like that. And they said, okay, they're gonna change, they're gonna take it out. And they leave the work in other spaces, but they didn't take it out, and then they come to the video on YouTube. And he was like, if you don't take that down, you're gonna have to leave it behind wires.
Take it down. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you on that. That's exercising your rights, no? How many of you haven't you saved YouTube videos in your stream or playlist and then you go back a short time after and it's not there? Have you not seen that? Those are people contacting YouTube and tell them that's a copyright violation. That's what happens there, no? So inventory and the use of free and informed consent involves individuals, groups, communities, practitioners, the interviewee, person being interviewed, the head of a village. Like in this, there's some terminologies, they call them maroon leaders, alcaldes, van leader, is that something? Van leader. What else you can add here? Missing anybody? Good, but we get the point, right? In your context. Protection, it offers protection against misuse. Protect customary practice. We talked about this quite a bit in terms of the Sensei House being one example. It gives voice to the communities and practitioners and protects against commercial exploitation. Right? One thing, I hate to think of how much money they made off of you, brother. I'm hoping it was a lot. A positive enabling feature of free and informed consent. Positive feature is that it gives access according to customer practice. This is the tolerance and respect part of it that we talked about under the ethics component, no? Remember that? Mm-hmm. Ownership and pride. How many times, I've seen it, grandmothers, parents. You see, use time. I love it with ICH, by the way. That's a good positive feature of it. Everybody rush home after 5. Granny want up on TV this evening. And there you see a grandmother giving this nice interview about how to make oil down. Boy, I see your grandmother on TV last night. My grandmother, it's a positive, reinforcing thing, no? For your community. Right? And when you get the media involved with the sensibility, even better yet. When the media begin to develop this appreciation for it, you see more and more that appear in the consciousness as it streams through your news, no? Positive, reinforcing benefits of it. Revitalization. We're having discussions. You know what the threats are. ICH. That is endangered. This is endangered. Can we make interventions here and here? All of a sudden, there's a thing called a Hawthorne effect. Anybody heard of it before? Hawthorne effect. Yeah. Yes, Newton, tell us what it is.
It is where changing the chairs around will have consequences.
Beautiful. Positive consequences. Employers take advantage of it. They'll come into the room and they'll sit there and they'll examine their workers, right? That lady over there, she was quite lazy. That man over there, he's slacking up. Now here's what they make the intervention. They'll come in. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be here for a week and I'll be conducting an inspection of the site. And I'll be observing your functions in this institution. Starting on Monday. And sure enough, that lady over there, she grinding. She's the best worker in the home. The guy over there was slacking up, mess wrong at all. Doing that, it's called Hawthorne effect. Can be used positively. What you give attention to grows, it's nature. You water something, you water the plant grows. Some plants need little water, some need more, but water nonetheless, no? The same thing you're doing with ICH. You're watering your community, giving them the spirit, no? Or they're giving you the spirit. Awareness raising, educational use. When you're going through that textbook and you see the ICH in the textbook from Grenada, you're not looking at ICH from the United States. Grenada's ICH, Grenada's people in the textbook. That's what you want. See all the photographs you take from here on out, by the hundreds and the thousands. Only a few of them will make the books, by the way. It is an interesting thing about photography. But you want people to see themselves and their communities in these books that you produce. That's a positive look on these things, no? Research, respect and recognition. Monty finally getting the respect without him having to be surprised that he's appears on TV just for, how the hell did I get there? And they're bigging up Monty on the street. But Monty said, why I don't know nothing about that. They didn't have big up and I didn't know what it's for. I didn't give them permission for that. What if she gets a proper recognition? You understand? Nomination of the elements. Creating agreements, and this is now Nadine and Rachel. Zooming in, is Rachel here? Yes. Rachel, you just blended into that. Nature just slow. You can see you at town. The green, the green. So free brand informed, sorry. Free brand informed consent, is there a fixed format or form? Nadine and Rachel? No. The format can and should be created according to the context and issues that it covers.
So quick question, countries that have already started this process, they have not, where UNESCO has said, okay, we seem to capture what we're doing.
UNESCO does not interfere to that level because it depends on the context and the use and so on at the particular time.
I want to just ask another question. I know going back to what we said with photography and stuff. So let's say we attend a festival and we happen to be recording the performance on the stage. Would we need to get the consent of the persons?
Free, prior, and informed.
The reason why I'm asking that is because I guess just being here reminded me of so much things. And I remember dancing from our own face years after years. And we had one video camera guy, and he would always video. And years later, that would be played on television stations, you know, without no prior consent, no nothing. And I remember, you know, person saying they will see me and such happening.
You see you?
Yeah.
You're hearing a lot of these things too.
I know, but the thing is, he could do that willfully. When he was,
I understand what's going on.
But I'm saying to myself, he was go find those same videos just in the archives, so we go back to the person.
Okay.
It would be a show to see.
Yes, I can't tell you about the past, but I can suggest how you deal with the future, no? So you're going to Carnival. You're going to go inventory Carnival, right? You use, what are the proper protocols and procedures in place for documentation? So you'll have to have some agreement. Is it Spice Mask Board? Is there a government component to it? The Ministry of Culture authorization? You see what I'm getting at? This is what you will have to understand. This is why there's a phase called preparing for inventory, preparing for documentation. Because before you go out, just as you get the practice on Thursday, you will be your ICH coordinators have been making calls, looking at possibilities, speaking with people. I heard Peter on the phone this morning. I know Andrea so they've been discussing. Same thing you'll have to do each time. So it's advisable that you systematize the process. So the next time you convene here for public inventory exercise, you will convene, and some of you will be the leaders of the discussion. This is what we're going to be doing. We're going down to St. George's. We're going to be speaking to Miss Margaret, who's known for her basket making and weaving. We spoke with her 2 weeks ago. Give a full briefing, no? Spoke with her 2 weeks ago. She provided us with consent to interview her, but she'll have some of her family members there. So take some extra consent forms, and we're prepared if you need them. If there are any additional persons that you want to make note of who they are, you give a pre-inventory session, no? So you're prepped mentally. Do we have the equipment that we need? How are we going to recover the information? What are we going to do with the information after we, you see all the things you have to do? So it's not just go and come. A system that you're deliberately a part of and you know what the system is, but you have to create it together. All right. So who can create this document? Anybody can, but it's recommended to include community representation. I just volunteered and asked Rachel and Nadine, and they agreed. You heard that, right?
Yes.
All right. Yes, they did. And the only reason I asked them was because of listening to them talk and listening to their expertise. I realized that they have some idea of how to deal with this, no? That was the reason for that. Key points to consider, Nadine and Rachel: transparency, creating trust, create involvement and ownership with the inventory, create basis for safeguarding, access and use. This is critical. Access and use. When you go to Miss Margaret down at St. George's, who does the basket making, what access will she have to the information that you compile? As a rule, whatever you produce, let's say you get 3 hours of footage, put it in a flash drive, put it in a CD, take it back down to Miss Margaret. Miss Margaret, here, all this is yours. Miss Margaret, send your son up to the office and I'll give it to him on Tuesday morning. Tell him bring a flash drive. Miss Margaret, when the documentary is done that we're using to produce for the schools, we're going to bring it to you to look at, to critique it. If you don't like it, tell us what part you don't like. We'll edit the video and then we'll have you look at it and give it your blessing, Miss Margaret. That's exactly what you need to do. I remember we had experiences we spent 2 years inventorying a festival. And we produced a documentary and say, yes, this is it. Nice, nice. And we'll hype up. Go back and we have a screening for the community to critique it. No, that's not correct. That person wasn't saying this correct. That's not what it meant. Jesus Christ. I have to humble myself. Say no team. The community is telling us what is and isn't. We're not here to tell them. So we go back and we edit and we come back again. Show them and then they finally give their blessing for the documentary to be released. Yes, ma'am.
I've seen that before where people have come and document and people on camera are talking to the diet. They've gone away and put this sort of auto
subtitle,
which changed the whole meaning of what people actually say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, it was a case of correcting what was
misrepresentation, right?
Right, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Right. Set myself up and do slightly outside the room.
Okay.
I didn't even better this this is an NGO exercise. But is there a room for some kind of central? I don't mean direction, I mean direction. For example, Spicemas was probably something before Carnival and lay out some broad term information so visitors cannot exploit the people who look there. You get my point?
So repeat it one more time.
Spicemas is responsible for Carnival. That's a broad statement.
Mm-hmm.
Visitors come with cameras and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's a case of warning to the locals. Be careful, don't do this.
Yes. Yes.
Could I put that on his shoulder before Carnival? Is there a role for him or centrally or the government?
Well, I think you just put it on his shoulder.
Yeah, right.
I think you just did. Very diplomatically. Yeah? yes, it's something you want to do. If you can develop an education campaign for communities on a whole, that any sort of documentation or inventory or photography involved, that they have a right to request that their permission is given, no? That you're informed and that their permission is given. That's something good to do for your community at large. Then you protect, then the community protects itself, no? You see what I'm saying? So I think that's what you're getting at, right? Yeah, good suggestion. Let's give Mr. Newton a round of applause for that. See? Solution. All right.
I'm not sure. I think because I mean, can we really do that legally?
Yes, I think you can. I think you can because it's the right of the community. It's the same thing we've been saying.
Free use. So I go to an event and I'm just taking photographs, whatever. That's kind of my creativity. That's my property.
But listen, but you still control the space. If you're the one creating the space, yes, just put on your shoulder something to consider. You understand what I mean? So you will have, like at public shows, you have the start of these, before the show starts, you have someone read out something, no?
Yeah.
You've seen it? You guys seen that before?
That happens, yeah.
Right. Same sort of thing. Or conversely, you say that this show is being recorded by so and so and so, and the permission for use has been provided by Spice Mass Corporation, and any use, unauthorized use, will be prosecuted according to, you see what I'm getting at? Laws of Grenada. Or this show includes these official photographers, Maria, and who's the other photographer in the room? Antonia. You see what I mean? So you create the space.
I can see that for like an indoor space. Someone on the street, firing up bands on the street.
Look at what your laws say and see what you can and cannot do. Yeah.
I'm agreeing with that. I'm not going to, but we are very central in the area. Nobody knows anything from some sort of central direction. And perhaps for once in my life, I'm appealing for that. So we have visitors coming in like my Northern Shakespeare North. We have visitors coming in there, taking photographs, left, right, and center, going away, then putting it on electronics, and you even end up with tourism, using those photographs. So this is what I'm thinking.
So for example, you have to know what the law says. So take for example a country where, let's say, the tourism board is responsible for and culture. Tourism and culture are responsible for a national independence celebration. And you have 10 days of events, and they sit on the coordinating committee. They, in a sense, represent the state. So a part of their preparation and education campaign on behalf of the state for that is to make these public broadcasts, no? Announcements. During the 60th anniversary in celebrations of Grenada's independence, citizens are advised that so and so and so, and these policies will be in place and be enforced by law. Official photographers will be designated by the state. That sort of thing, if that's what you want to do. Some people might call it undemocratic, but some people might call it protecting the state and its citizens, no? So, but that's a fine line. You might have groups within the country that rise up in arms against it. But who knows, no? I'm just thinking out loud. But there's a solution somewhere, no? Solution somewhere. Somewhere, I don't know where, but somewhere there. Because solutions are not always so easy to come by here. Yes, you're going to. Serious discussion, Kelvin, and you had your hand up just now?
No, I was just telling you what we do.
You explained my statement to me.
All right, good. All right, did you want, sorry. So I won't go over these examples, but let me just look at this one quickly. From Sikri Nepal. That's the name of an element you talked about over there, the one with the S.
Salaka.
Sarakat. Sarakat and Salak.
Salaka.
So what they did, they had an inventory workshop, just like we had in the communities of Jiri and Sikri, the Jiri community, 50% of participants from the Jiri community. Small translation in Jira, which is the language for the workshop. Participants took part in exercises, did role plays and sessions. ICH elements of the community were presented by the members. They said we are going to invent this. And all participants attended a ceremony on the first day of the workshop, which was part of the practice, no, in their community. So in preparation for the fieldwork practicum, the elements to be invented were decided by the participants. The introduction to Sikri, the village, for fieldwork practicum by various Jira participants. They took them to the village. Pre-planned informed consent was designed with discussion and translation into the Jira language. We don't have quite that issue. We'll deal with that maybe in a more oral way here. I'll show you how to get consent. If not in writing, you might want to record it. Okay. Workshop participants from Sikri held meetings in the village to discuss the fieldwork practicum. People from Sikri who were not workshop participants were welcome to join the fieldwork practicum. So it was an inclusive process. It was just to get them started. That's just an example of getting the process started. And that's that. So we've been doing that already. You'll see that emerge here very shortly. So let's do something. ICH coordinators, are you ready? Not yet. Let's take a 5-minute break then and give them a chance to get ready, and then we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Go stretch your legs, take a jog, go take a swim, 5 minutes.
I found the picture of the guy took.
Boy, my boy serious.
You have, huh?
Yes.
So a problem with your shoulder? Darren, you know my back acted up again last night.
What the hell wrong with you?
I don't know what's
This
wrong.
air conditioning blowing on you, man.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Maybe. But
Yeah.
My son said you.
yeah, maybe. 2 o'clock, wake up.
Money has that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Grenada will give me so much back problem.
Yeah. But you feeling warm and he feeling cold. Eh? Where's your cardigan?
I did this in the park. No, in the park. Preparing for independence. That's when
You ready in 5?
yeah.
You ready in 5?
I stand here and it's equal to patriotic. That's what independence. Yes, you guys took the picture of one competition. A Caribbean tourism competition. One of the drilling. That's the one of the Julians.
I will accept it for them. I will accept it disqualify for the competition. They should have said, well, I want to join a competition.
But it's got no word in that. So long. Because until a couple persons have been sued, then they'll get this stuff. And be respectful. It's been happening for so long. And we're so glad to be in contact with your own
Some people yes, have been sentenced for
Yes, yes.
I should have started on
Because the guy
I read no, you didn't. I no, you did. Everything you did. But this one is, but this one here is the one.
Right now?
No. If you speak it softly, you wouldn't pick you up.
I ain't sure I know how to do that.
Even things
Are you going to be a part of the team to go into the team? Are you willing to do that? What is that? What is that?
It depends. I guess it depends on the time.
I'll be a consideration.
Yeah, because right now I have a workshop that's from 6 to 9, Tuesday and Thursday until June. If it's right away, then okay. So then potentially, yeah.
And then we can just choose a week.
I want that on my wall.
Yeah.
This might be a good time to leave it. And just check out right.
That's the new, that's the, nobody can give that away. That's the new. You can imagine that? People like that, they have to hold them up there.
So that's the picture that the guy wants to come.
Only a few of them make it. Only a few of them.
Having a job is great.
I tell you, I don't have to stop. See why I usually this man going off this, do this, do that.
Is that always the case, eh?
You don't have that.
You have to get a crew of volunteers. Get a crew of volunteers.
Well, yeah, we know what we are going to post. So not to do the office.
That's a lot.
I'm here, I'm this thing and about with office at the same time while I'm here.
I complaining that she not seeing me before midnight. This week, and the same thing happened last
When you
month.
go home,
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Because you still have the regular dating to do.
That's when you committed to something. I mean, I can't say a workshop, don't come.
Yeah.
When you pass it or something.
Yeah.
you can't say you home and workshop with that.
No, we're working on it. He doesn't get it. Well, I said, why are we waiting to work as we continue? Somebody else. We need that, somebody to manage the office. For social media.
Yeah.
There's a workshop.
Yeah.
No problem.
So they could be several stories.
Real figures again on it.
Yeah.
Just relax. And don't tell me I'm good.
Yeah, right.
I'm starting doing reading.
Okay.
One time. Remember I was in the office one day and this woman from where called you to make some statement.
Yeah.
Right. And you go back to her sometime and ask her to give us a slot. Maybe this program is on that. Soon after this exercise is finished, even before I do that.
Right.
I'm
Yeah. I'm not sure. Peter is handling over. Yeah.
So we can capitalize on that. In terms of the-
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
2873.
Who they got it, both that sit and sound.
There's a lot of women in that part of the work. So their company have the master's work. Then you have to show
You have two children and they're both under 5, one is 4 and the other one is 2. No. It's not one, it's gonna be a group of us, but I was just trying to get a read in terms of what the read for adults. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. So there's no like an individual. Okay, so I think it might be like 10 of us or something like that. So yeah, about so the regions are the ones. Okay. Okay. Okay.
So you said children is 100. Oh, you don't prefer, so it's from 1 year. Okay, all right, sorry. Yeah, okay. So what's the hours? And what's in what do you get? Alright, thank you so much. Oh, question, how far in advance do I? So we're looking at the 18th, which is also Monday. Is that a bad day? It's a Monday. Well, it's about that. I think it's about 10. I was trying to count earlier, but I didn't. Monday is a busy day. Okay, so well, yeah, I can talk to my family about it and just confirm. So I'll let them know that Monday is a busy day for you guys. So Sunday might be a better day. Okay. So I'll make that note. Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely before the end of the week, exactly. Yeah. Yes, definitely. I'll call before the end of the week. Yes, not a problem. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my interview is comedy.
It's coming.
I can't think of anything at the moment.
I kind of tried.
You don't know. I'm not how to say. I'm not good at it. But there's one joke I always give when I'm in a front. One joke I always give. I never heard of it. The animals going on vacation. So the Easter was approaching, right? And never said they want to run on vacation. So the one of them said there's a little house on the edge of town that's abandoned. So, oh yeah, so the house up there, and when they got there, they were going.
I didn't realize to do it.
So they decided someone has to go to get, so they look at home and tell them, who can go without the notice? So they still.
I just call it.
So they pass and still didn't come up. 2 days pass, still up and up. Big quarrel in the house. Then you hear knocking at the door, and they open the door and snail. So let me tell you something. You guys spoke with the nonsense and they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, maybe they went up.
That's a good one, boy. I like that one.
That's the one joke I remember. I told him, you know, like, it means, you know, like different animals have different relations. So I told the Cambodian guys, it's no, right? And when they told
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, we'll be with you in a short minute. That was like 5 minutes ago, right? You can tell I'm from the Caribbean, I don't know time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, so luxury. It's a luxury.
Yes.
I just called Kuyaba and they said that I just called Kuyaba and said that if it's a group, then yeah, you can get it. I'm trying to think of people that's like family friends. We have to.
Yes.
They have sausage rolls. Really?
Just a color, I don't like to know.
That's okay. So I just don't like talking to us and no, I think Bali was doing a good job. He has a lot of history.
Is Jack starting out?
I think he should have been some interview shot.
After Dexter.
I saw him too, or somebody.
Not in marketing, I don't mind product.
Because I figured that all the action is like what I should do. I say it seems like all the action is
Yeah, remember they're really focused. Whatever. Their focus is All that. What am I looking for? What can you what was that thing called? Yeah, they had a promotion. Remember when they had that the pure product at once?
It's so actually.
Just vacation. It's still, I don't know if it's still on, but they still have it up on the website. Check and see the properties so I can have an idea of where it will.
Actually, I saw where I work I saw something recently about these taxes.
Yeah,
They have something here for me to complete press release. Sometimes I come to me like, if you want to put it on here.
I'll leave it to the experts to do the other pieces.
No, they have changed it.
Yes, I'm in a meeting. We're gonna talk fast.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not sure, but I think when he showed it up here, it was
I didn't get a mail, but oh yes, man. Oh yeah. Digital growth, right? Yeah, so okay. I can't make it.
Oh yeah. Wow.
There you are.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you said we have to get from the schedule. What's the plan for the afternoon?
Are we still doing the cell phone training or something?
Yes, that guy's gonna turn up in 15 minutes.
Okay, let me, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. We had a nice 5-minute break.
That's not New York minutes.
Time flies, you know.
Mm.
The setbacks of living in modern society.
Mhm.
So we're supposed to have the group set up by now, but because of how the responses were received last night by email, our colleagues had to be mixing and matching in terms of creating the groups. No, we're almost there. So what I am proposing to do, I'll continue with the methods in field inventory until we get to 12:45. So we'll start the methods in field inventory. Once we get to 12:45, we'll pause because then we'll switch over to the phone use. The phones that have been purchased for the purpose of this inventory exercise. So the methods we'll be talking about interviewing, or doing backgrounds, will be outside, take photographs of different styles and so on. High-tech phone. Very jealous, by the way. So, and the phones are so advanced these days that they can do a lot of things. No? I can't wait to show off some of my photographs that I took last week.
The high-tech phones come with 4 cameras. Yes, 4 circles.
You see?
Evidence I don't have with it.
Mm.
Yep, you're close enough.
Mm.
I see some tree, but I don't know.
Look at that. I caught movement this morning. Look at that. Movement. I was trying to replicate a photo I saw from Monday yesterday.
Oh yeah, yeah, beautiful.
Look at that. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I copyrighted this. It is me. I'm sure you are, Martina. Sure you are. Let me see. Look at this. I want to sell this one.
That's what we want to see.
Look at that one. So tomorrow, tomorrow you'll be exploring and photographing each other, getting best angles. So come, think quite nice tomorrow. Some of us will not be able to do any better, right, Newton? You and I can't do much better than we are right now.
Would we be then training in how to use, like how to use a camera properly with the
Right.
specs and so? Because
right, but you'll be using the phone. So we'll be showing you certain principles. Whether using a phone or a camera, it's all about perspective. And so we'll be looking at that, you know, some thinking in terms of certain approaches, rules of thirds, we call it the rule of thirds. Maria will be able to help us with that. You know.
Because sometimes you have problem with the lights in the background.
Yes.
You don't take a quality photo, you're
right.
not sure what to press and so on.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, it's a good point. If you can think, the guy is going to be here in half an hour or less. The IT fellow. So if you can think of any problems you've had taking photos, and you can just make a note to ask him, right? So when he's finished his presentation, he can address particular photo challenges. But remember when computers were first became like available to the public, there used to be a computer room and computer operators, and nowadays they don't have that. Everybody has their own. And it's the same thing with the phones and the cameras, that really today taking a good photo as up to everybody. Everybody's kind of expected to have email, WhatsApp, and a phone, taking selfies, family photos. And by the way, please check your WhatsApp, because if you don't see you're part of the Grenada Heritage Network group, then just send me a WhatsApp message so that I can just connect you to the group. And my WhatsApp number is 407-1212. 407-1212. Yeah. So if you haven't got a notification in your WhatsApp that you are part of the GHN Grenada Heritage Network group, then just WhatsApp me right away. So that by the time we break for lunch, everybody should be on. Because there's some things we want to publicize that will be publicized on the group thing. So in fact, those of you from the ministries, you might have given the ministry landline number. But if you want to be part of the WhatsApp group, you really need to put give me your personal cell phone number. I won't call you at 11 o'clock in the night. Please don't worry. It's just for messaging. Yeah.
I know one person is ready for the week.
Whoa. Serious equipment.
Wow.
So the last time Daryl helped with WhatsApp. Have a look at this. The WhatsApp is on the page.
The last time he helped you with that?
I'm still on something.
That's interesting.
All right.
Maybe you need a younger person like JD to help you. What am I saying?
And then,
So that's what. Thank you.
but, and Nigel, I have to tell you about the government ministries, because they're now going to be giving me their personal WhatsApp numbers because it's the only way to join the group, really. But it's funny when you're doing email as well, people use their personal email because they're sure they're getting it, instead of the official. Instead of the official number.
No, I use my government. Yeah, the official one.
It works, yeah, but sometimes, quite often,
I'll tell you
people
that.
give me their personal and say, look, it's okay because sometimes, the server is down or it bounces back or whatever.
They're like, feel happy for you, brother.
Yeah.
Because I know if I were in your position, I'd feel mighty powerful. He asked me for, Julian's phone number, I can just pull it up.
Yeah. I'm like the yellow pages. So go ahead.
All right, so methods and techniques of inventory. We go until our colleagues are ready and our own technicians arrive. So in this presentation, we look at how to generate information about ICH elements, why information generation is necessary, ethical requirements of information generation, when and how it should be conducted, for whom and by whom information is recorded, and the available techniques of doing so. So Article 12, we already know this. One of the obligations of the convention is the state to set up an inventory, one or more. So the question I have for you now, have you decided as yet, or are we not going to go there as yet? Do you want one inventory, one national inventory comprised of elements from 3 territories? Or do you want 3 inventories under the title National Inventory of Grenada? I don't know. You have to do it out. I don't know. You don't. 1 with 3 divisions. What do you think? So
someone from the neighbor is coming to research everything about the data. You don't have to go to the park.
yeah, good solid rationale there. What do you think, Mr. Monty? Or you were doing something else? Norris?
Yes. That element is not in danger of being lost.
Should you document it? Yes, still. You want to? Very good. You're an expert. Very good. But they use it for another purpose. They use it to project Jamaica and culture to the world.
Shouldn't that happen something? Japan and so making plants to hydroponics.
You see?
So yes, Japan, yeah. Other countries are making plants too. They call them hydroponics. They're bigger and more sensitive. And they pay more pan than us.
Interesting. That's all. Japanese fan.
Japanese fan. Yeah.
And he went to Trinidad. And the message for Trinidad or the music at the time because the instrument is from Trinidad.
Yeah,
The original. And somebody said, it's from here, the original. But because mentally said, it's from Trinidad, that's something that I keep in my mind.
You see, and you see how things, why things are important, documentation is important.
Yeah.
Because once things go down in international media, it becomes fact.
Yes. Yeah.
You go wrong with that thing and you can't tell them otherwise. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Wow.
Global News Network. So, you have a proposal here by Rachel. Darren, any thoughts on that, sir?
Well, adding people who just think you're confusing me.
Mr. Trust.
Yeah.
You have to listen to this.
Yeah.
Because you're the guy who's running the project.
Yeah.
And the option is to, once it falls under, let's say, social practices, right? If there's anything that is pertinent to Carrico, you say to start something in Carrico. Big drum dancing in Carrico, so we know it's not really on the main line stuff. But it falls under the same category.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
But still, I see another category for everything that goes on the current. I just saying have one big event that is kind of the IT experience. As opposed to having a big invention and sub invention.
We keep in the same five domains, right? So if there's something, if there's a festival that's in Shakespeare Mass, that's terrible. Shakespeare Mass terrible.
And that makes it more on time. Because if you're building a database, you can have images. So in the database, you can have our head inventory, sub characters do not need. Every item, that's each of those sub databases have keywords and images. So you search practice will pull out each of the everything that falls on that domain of character access. So you can search and look and other databases, but if you want to search a specific database.
Could you repeat, excuse me, could you just repeat the previous point you made?
Okay, so we have one big database that is Grenada's IP.
Yeah.
Under that, we have a database, some database of Arab one, not one.
Yeah.
We have categories then, so not databases, but categories that are labeled attached to each IC as enter. So if we have
keyword,
the keyword, yeah, the tag. Tag. Tag, yeah.
Keyword. Harry Cooper, PM and.
So once you search, enter your criteria, searching for everything. Right. Database. So if you want to specifically look through the database, you don't have to encumber the ending.
Filter, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think I can suggest somebody to work with your designer with it.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel, give Rachel a round of applause.
Yeah.
Right, so you have somebody who can conceptualize it right away.
Yeah.
Right, and the team's workable. So good. So that also helps to create an alignment now with your inventory exercise. No? So when you're documenting and inventory, some of the things that she talked about, you know, integrate into the information you collect. Next slide, please. So why you do it? To inform and support a community's inventory of ICH elements, inform and support. Keep an account of inventory and ICH related to activities and events. Norris asked the question just now, do you have to document the ones that are not endangered? The response was yes, because they might be endangered at some point. But not only that, you want to understand your full landscape, so you know where to make your intervention. All right? Because you might think a thing is not endangered, but it might very well be. You know? So the role of community members, they're co-facilitators. Remember the earlier slide yesterday? They're not only providers of information, they're co-facilitators. They are able to access local ways of expressing knowledge, understanding cultural factors, enabling inclusivity and balancing multiple methods. So, yes, sir.
Could you send me that file so I can share it? Could you?
So I can think of that as
Let's say, okay, say Shakespeare Mass character, right? So you want to say Neku, really learn for St. Mass as a community.
So if there's for example, if you want to say that
As the main right? In the mainland. Like they go from St. Mass.
So I think yesterday was talking about track. All the different practice for many people with personal personal and around the country and the people from each
Yeah.
Very thorough.
Yeah. You see that this is where the fine tuning, because we will start. You see, there'll be several iterations of this. Huh? You start off just to get started, and there'll be a lot of gaps and shortage of information. But that thing about linking, so you have to make a statement in your narrative that says, okay, the main place for this is, let's say, Hillsborough or Caribou. Then, but also seen in, and then you put the links to the other places where people have that practice. You know, so and these are the kind of decisions we need to make as a group. Whether we should say also link to here or there, or whether we should say this is exclusive to this particular place and explain why. So it's actually by people logging on and seeing something and making a complaint and saying, no, that's not right. That's how we will get it right, you see, and pick up all the little gaps and add flesh to the bones. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for Rachel. Is picturing this thing very detailed already, which is good. Peter is back. Oh, Peter.
What? The roof is on fire.
To make an announcement,
Yes, sir.
the intent for the pilot on Friday on Thursday is to ensure that all the persons in the room are assigned to a group. So the idea is that we're gonna have 5 groups. We have 4 leaders, and the group members are, because you also stated which skill area you want to help your team with. So we have considered that as well. So it is not so much that you may not get what you actually would want to do for the pilot. The real stuff will happen afterwards. Okay? So we have 5 groups. The group leaders are, and maybe you can just show your hands. Andrea, Marlene, who just left, Dexter, and myself.
So there's one group that's out
Hey.
there.
4 groups of 5, sorry. 4 groups of 5 plus. 4 groups of 5. 4 leaders. 4 groups of 5. And there are other persons who are not in the room who may wish for the exercise of just being part of the pilot. The intent is practice, see based on the technology that we actually do and follow the instructions from manager. So the intent is that after the session this afternoon, the team leaders will meet with the respective members so assigned, and we'll discuss the logistics and the details. There are 4 recommended ICH practice and body of knowledge that we will try to inventory. There are 2 Shotney groups in St. Patrick, a maypole and weaving, maypole and the person who's doing the weaving is also doing the maypole in St. David, and some drumming in St. George's, right? So Ingrid is doing drumming in St. George's. Andrea, sorry, my apologies, Marlene is doing maypole in St. David's. I am doing, in terms of leading, I am doing Shotney with Lake in Montbridge, and Dexter, with the help of Judy, is doing Shotney in Chantilly. Huh? Right. Well, you send it by email. So whatever, man. Okay, what you meant to say again? Say the whole thing again. Okay. Yeah.
You're killing him.
All right. No problem. No problem. I'll repeat, or somebody else can repeat for me.
Yes.
Somebody can translate for me. Anybody want to translate?
Let me see if I have it. So based on the responses that you gave us by email yesterday about first which ICH element were you nominated to conduct this first check practice, and based on which role would you like to play, we have found that there are ICH elements repeated. So we are selecting those who would like to do that ICH element. A part of that with the coordinators, and a part of that putting in criteria the role, and doing inside of each group, each of you will play a different role. Okay, so the idea is to group you, if no matter where where you are, but based on your interest in trying to at the same time have a balance with the team and the spreading the teams in an equity way. We did have decided these groups. So in terms of where are you meeting and what time you're meeting, all this logistics matters. You will have that separate conversation with the team, with the ICH coordinator or the leader, so you can figure it out. In case that there's an issue, don't worry, we will figure it out. A part of these groups, because we named 4, the 5th will be the Ministry of Culture itself that had expressed that she has her own team. They have been attending for the first workshop and the second one by Zoom, but now she's here. The leader, she will be their own leader for the Ministry of Culture. And those who are returning back, Carrico has Nadina and Antonia, you have and somehow to conduct your own exercise there. Okay, so maybe you don't have an ICH coordinator, but you have also Dario, who has been attending to the first one. You haven't been attending to the first one too. I think Antonia, you are new in the second workshop. You're Antonia? No, you are. Dion. Antonia, thank you. Okay, so you have to decide which ICH element in Carrico you would like to do that practice on Thursday. So as you are there, and on Friday, you will be the only persons giving the feedback about your findings on Friday by Zoom, if you agree. I know that with the time is against, but don't worry to be perfect. This is a matter of doing the pilot exercise, and those struggles or those issues at the same time will help us to figure it out how to do it better when the real action comes. So that's what I think that Peter tried to say.
Right. And we get to the groups now. Okay. So the team that's going to St. David's is going to be Marlon, Kelvin, Delicia, I have it right, Maria, and Gloria. Right? That's a team that's going to St. David's.
Which ICH element, pardon?
That's the ICH element with Maple,
okay,
and Weaving. Right? The next group is led by Andrea. That is Andrea, Rachel, Dion, Newton. There is an addition who is not in the room, but this addition, and they will be doing drumming with Nigel the Gale in St. George. All right. Dexter will lead the team to St. Patrick. He will do one of the Shotney ICH. He will join by Judy, Ingrid, Norris, Kim. Okay. And the last group, St. Patrick again, Peter, JD, Amoni, who is not here but will be with us, John, aka John, Eugenia, Monty. I'll be the team for the full group. And we are doing Shotney as well with Lake in Montage. Yes.
Can I switch?
So, the issue of switching, hold on. The issue of switching, for us not to make it a dispute, should be resolved with your leader, and the leader will then negotiate with the others. So you express your interest to the leaders. We're not going to be resolving these here, because we will not be resolving the transportation issues and the feeding and the lunch and all these other things. That will be resolved by the group leaders in your group, and we suggest the first time you should get together is after this evening's lunch or before lunch. Just get together, form your own little WhatsApp group, and start your planning and because no, we ain't taking you from St. Patrick. You're coming to the workshop, right? So no, you're coming to join with, right? And I'm suggesting, if there's an issue with that, speak to your leader to whom you assign, and she will then negotiate with the other coordinators, the coordinators for the short, Dexter and myself.
There are two.
We have two.
And different.
Shantimel and Montridge. Right.
Okay, coordinators. Okay, ICH coordinators. Yes. Okay, so if that sounds better, it's coordinators. So actually, that's the role described in the project. So ICH coordinator, because community leaders are a different thing. I mean, a different terminology. So please don't be afraid. We will sort it out.
Right.
So let's
And-
continue with the agenda because we have. we
Yes,
are-
and I will suggest one, if there are any disputes, Nigel and. We'll resolve, escalate to them and they will resolve all.
And resolve issues like they do in North Korea.
Yeah.
So hopefully no issues are.
Zero COVID cases.
All right, good. So so in the group, you're thinking about scribe, interviewer, personal interview might also be jotting some notes. Someone whose exclusive job is to listen and write, so you can have additional source of content. Someone doing photography, someone doing video, right? And brings us then to the practical side of matters. We're joined by gentleman in the neon. Gentleman in the neon, and one is a husband, and the other one is a technician.
I thought they were the dancers for the
The
drum.
You missed a part of the drum. Jose Fuguet and Neil.
Niels.
So,
Nielsen or Wilson?
Wilson.
Okay. So welcome them and thank them for their support. So they'll be introducing us to our main tool, the phone. Smartphone. Could you bring a chair for Mr. Hussein? I'll sit next to them. He's the one who's gonna do.
So Dario, do you think it's better to keep them the phone before the explanation so they can go through it, or before?
Neil, do you prefer to be here or to be in front? Because you have this podium to show.
Yes, I did want to. You need to connect. You need to connect his phone to the projector.
You have it's a
He has a
USB-C. USB-C.
Meantime, they're organizing that part of connecting. The way that it has been designed is that the project has contemplated, and we have a budget for them to buy smartphones. We know that you have your own, but we have to think about different persons attending who may not have a smartphone or that technology in terms of a high resolution and camera, and at the same time, even though that we don't have 25 phones, we have 17 by the moment, we want to do this pilot exercise as an experiment, because now that we are doing this exercise on Thursday, that might help us with when the real time comes. So the smartphones will have, and you see it already, set it up with a Dropbox account of Grenada National Trust. So once you use it, you take your videos, you take your photos. We will explain you how it goes to process. So it will go to a particular file. So each phone has a number, each phone has a data, each phone has their own file where individually that person who is holding that phone will have all the content information there. What it comes after in terms of
I have all the
practical,
names,
what will happen
and I
when
have
the real thing
the
will
numbers
happen
using
between
one.
July and September
So
is that the
I can call the
ICH
names.
coordinators will have
and then
access to those
that might be easier.
files under their team in order to see the material.
Three,
And then at the same time, we have a research and heritage expert who will review the content in order to see which are the best photos that we're not, I mean, we're not discarding anyone,
The last three
but
digits.
we are seeing the material. So at the end, we are overviewing all the whole process. Meantime, we are creating the inventory. So it's not only the form, that we're using is also the material who will be accompanying or linked to that iStage form or the individual form. So that's what I'm going to introduce, right? I hope that.
Well, the first question really I have is there anybody here who does not have a smartphone? And because what we will end with is those people who have a smartphone and would rather use their own phone rather than one of these. So think about it, because I tried using two phones once and I found that, you can leave one on a table somewhere, two phones. In the early days of smartphones, people used to walk around with one here like the gangster cowboys, but practically it can be a challenge. So, and we have 25 people and we have 17 phones so far. So those who feel that, they still want a phone, they might have to wait, when any more coming? Yeah, we have that. So there, okay.
Do you have any recommendations about like minimum quality of phone maybe? Like especially for photography, videoing and so on, like I have an iPhone XR, right? Would it be suitable for me to use?
Yeah, it's very suitable. It's very complicated to explain that. Is the specs that a camera or a device will show you on the box might not be what you get. You might take a phone might say 16 megapixels and you snap a photo and it looks really bad. So it varies based on the phone. But iPhone XR, that's fine.
Okay.
So the other thing is that we have bought 17 because that was when we stopped, but we already have more.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of deciding because at the same time it's going to statement from flow.
Yeah,
so
we'll have to teach,
the project
bring
is
those people
covering
individually.
that. So it's a matter it could
But no, the better thing,
another reason is that
is to
your
get
personal
onto an
phone is your
iPhone.
personal phone.
Yeah.
And your personal payment and bill is your personal payment and bill. So you decide how to use it with your phone. So that's why we bought this phone. So don't worry that if I think the 25 or maybe less. But if you decided you want to get a phone, tomorrow if the 17 are on today, tomorrow we can give you provided the rest of the 7.
How many people are physically present?
Okay.
We have exactly 25 or is it somebody missing?
Sorry, 15, 15, 20, 22, 23.
Right.
We have 23.
And then Marlene.
And Marlene 24.
Yeah. So
and we have Amoyne, who's not here, 25, and Brenda Phillips, that's 26. But I mean, we have.
Yeah.
We have. Yes, still.
So if we could, so we're gonna need the 26, but 3 people are missing. So
okay.
The 23, if we can get the other 17 and 6 more phones, somebody can bring them from this store.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So can we? Yes.
I have. I use it. Prepaid.
It was.
It is very useful because they secure
they
don't have enough data. See, the first question.
Yeah.
Because then we will have an issue.
Yeah.
If your personal phone first is a matter of you don't want your personal information to be automatically linked to the drone.
Yeah. I think it's better everybody just get one of these and it's simpler. Okay. Right.
So we have to simplify things.
And there's a data plan and everything in it, so it doesn't interfere with your personal life. The data plan on the phone is for doing the National Trust work. So that's the best.
Should I ask you 6 more?
Yeah, 6 more.
Yes. Yes.
And reserve another 3.
Yeah, I have one. So,
okay, that's important. Yes, thank you, Peter, for clarifying that because we're only focusing on this Thursday. So these phones is the purpose of having these phones is not only for these educational purposes, is also to be used when the ICH inventory work or field work comes. So the ICH coordinators will have that and have to oversee and know, and each technician or you who are here, who will be coming in technician and being on the field, then have to be responsible for the phone. Because UNESCO is asking us to give back the phones once the project concludes. Okay, so the UNESCO office from Grenada is keeping and having the phones after the project finished. So we have to respect that. Of course, it's a matter of ethical use of the phones only for the project purposes that we know, because we can see not just somebody else is using the phone for other reasons. But I think that most of us who are here
just do it in alphabetical
have
order.
maybe the skills how to use the smartphone. If not, we are here. That's the reason that's why they are here. And if you have any issue or any doubt, they are here to help you with that. And through the process, if you have any issue, you have to report it. So that again to us, the International Trust, and so we are here to solve those questions. So are we ready?
Yeah.
So, but before we start, it's good to everybody have this phone on hand, because he's going to explain how to do the things. It's good to everybody have the phone on hand.
Yes.
Okay, but we have to assign by serial number, by a name, to attach each phone to a person.
Okay. So meantime, that would take 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Serial number and.
So
we're
because I was going to do it by you have the IME number 512.
Okay.
It would be easier to do that. So JD Allard, did this come through?
You can do it by alphabetical.
Yeah, alphabetical order here.
We should make a YouTube video unboxing of.
Yeah.
Okay.
0512.
0512.
No. 951.
512 is not here.
Remember that there's a person from Paris who are living in Warsaw.
Yeah.
Right.
Nadina and Antonio.
Right. So that's 001. Peter Antoine, where? So that would be 491.
491. Yes.
He comes after.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess we're training everybody.
Third one is Judy Antoine. 173. Gloria Bonaparte.
I feel like it's
199. Wow. Delicia Dicoto.
It's there, right?
Is she gonna have to get 005? Sorry. 005. 439.
So in terms of the usage of the phone, so once this exercise, once this second workshop finishes.
Yeah, William Dayton. 06.
Okay. Yes, I
Is
want to mention
694.
you, that the phone, that the phone that we are assigning you, has to be returned this Friday, because it's for this Thursday.
Rachel Finley,
But then we will give it back to you when the
008.
paperwork comes.
210. Norris Henry. Zero 74. Kelvin Jacob. Yeah. Well, I don't know, no? No. Are we not going to skip him? 0 1 0.
What are you?
496.
Okay.
496. 496. See, we're just going down. Who's present?
Yes, but you might, when you go
You wasn't going to run out of phones.
you're gonna run on. So let me help you.
Dion Legard.
Mhm.
011.
So you leave it down, right?
Yeah. Everybody, but well, all right then. But so not 496 then goes to Dion Legard. 496 that you had there. That's your
Lewis, Ingrid.
next
Ingrid?
one.
Lewis.
Ingrid Lewis.
Lewis.
129. Maria Mafla.
Maria Mafla. Remember that Latina?
574. 574. For Maria Mafla.
Then it's Andrea. Olivia's not here. Andrea. Dexter.
Andrea McLeod. No, the next one available is 019, which is 18. What was that? 558. 558.
558 for who?
Well, McLeod. 5.
Dexter Miller.
Dexter Miller. 020. 470. 470. After Miller is Marlene Neptune, well, it's not here.
Yes.
And
Virginia.
O'Neill.
Eugenia.
021. 021 is 434.
We have Antonia Peters.
022. 437. Finally.
She's not here. She will come tomorrow. Ophelia's not here. Robin is not here. So Nadina. Carla's not here. Abina's by soon. Nadina.
This person, Abina here.
She's soon. I'm putting here soon.
Oh, I see.
And Akarda's not here.
Nadina Williams. 023 is 657.
So now we have to count how many we have. So, and then we have, the administrator, American Alexander, or the
Alison Carver.
Yes.
No, but we gave out one already.
No, it's not Nadine. Hopkins is by Zoom, Allison, Ashley.
No, what I'm saying is all the phones are out.
There's one more. No, there's one more.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. 8 is here. 8 is missing. So 8. 008 is 210. Who's getting that? Alice. Yeah.
The one remaining is 416.
Hold on a second. Carmel is 008. And the number for 008 should be 10. Maybe it's a type. Maybe it's 216.
416. 011.
Yeah, again. You
Oh,
said this one here.
Yeah, this one, it's 011.
416. Well, 011. What I have that beyond legal.
Plus 1 plus 2.
Well, you just have to get on its own.
She got it.
Make a switch. This number is 416.
Let me ask. Let me ask.
Right.
Yeah, it's a problem here globally.
Or
I don't know. Maybe the men dying off. I don't know.
So Finley got 008.
Yes, that's Rachel.
This Julian, we don't have
Yeah,
much
so then
friends, so
this Carvel,
it's a global problem.
she can't have 008.
No, but you have two numbers.
Yeah, this is the number.
So we have
This
Miss
is the
Rachel.
email. This is the IMEI number.
And Miss Kim Julian doesn't have it.
No, but they're not getting here, right? The point is that we're matching up these numbers with the phone,
the email number.
with the email number. So this number is
416.
416, which to go down this. Unless I didn't write it in there. That's not possible.
What is the ending of she removed?
Each one of these has a number.
Is the end of
This one here, 008.
Okay. So which one we are missing?
Perdón,
011.
Okay, so I'm going to call the names again. I want to make sure we have this right. So Allard, the last number, you see your box? There's a very fine print at the bottom here. And it says IMEI number. You see where the barcode is?
The other side, yeah.
So the last 3
numbers
on the barcode. So Allard should have 512, right? Antoine should have 491. Yep.
491. Can you see?
Yeah, that's Peter. Yep. Judy Antoine should have 173. Bonaparte should have 199.
Yeah, she's not confirming yet. Judy and which is the three last number? 173.
Right. Okay. Gloria Bonaparte, 199.
Okay.
Yep. Good. Next one is Decoto, Delicia Decoto, 439.
It says 421.
Four-
Oh, that one, sorry, 429. Yes.
439, yeah.
Mhm.
William Deaton, 694.
112.
Mhm. There's no
Feel
7.
like-
So 8 is the next one. Rachel Finley should be 210. Right, got it. Rachel Finley, 210, yeah.
Henry Norris.
Norris Henry, 074.
Yes, 074, yes.
Right. Kelvin Jacob didn't take one. That's what it is.
Yes, and King Julian doesn't have.
No, she did not take that. So Kelvin Jacob, so the number 10 full. So that's the difference.
Mhm.
So 11, Dion Legard should be 496.
Yeah.
All right. Ingrid Lewis, 139.
Mhm.
139.
121.
The one right on top.
Oh, the very top.
The very top. Yep. Maria Mafla, 574.
Eileen, yes.
Mhm. Andrea McLeod, 558.
Yes, she said yes.
Mhm. Dexter Miller, 470.
Yes.
All right. Eugenia O'Neill, 434.
Correct.
Antonia Peters, 437. And Nadina Williams, 657.
So,
Confirm?
She said yes. Yeah.
Right, good. So there's one more phone, and that should be 010. 010.
okay.
And that number should be 496.
416.
Well, there's no,
There's 416 here.
yeah, but that is 11, phone number 11. And Dexter Legard already. He said his was 496. Dexter, yours is 496 or 416?
470.
Yours is 470. Okay.
No, you're seeing the dark. You're not seeing the exit.
You're
You're not seeing the property. No, you're seeing the.
Okay. All right. So Dion Legard. So what's the number on yours? 496?
The one on the top. the
Yes.
first one.
The one on top.
Yeah, it's 496.
And the other Legard, you said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but 11 here. Supposed to be 416. There's 496 is 10.
It's 10. Her number is 10. No, you have to write here 10.
Yeah. So what's the name again? Dion. So right. So she's 10.
Okay.
So now
we have the-
11. 11 is 416. And who's getting 11? Carver?
Well, we have Julian, who's 3, Carver, and Newton. Julian is
Carver is what organization?
Mr.
More are coming. It's just
Yeah,
a matter
yeah.
of time.
Tomorrow.
So she, okay, so she Carver will get 411.
Oh, this one cuts.
Yes. We have to ask the same person.
411. And the number is 416 411. Okay. So we have how many? 71, 2, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. Okay. So can we start then? Tell them to open
Yeah,
the
but-
call.
Who's gonna give?
Who is this Carvel?
Alison Carvel.
Oh, okay.
Julian, you can join my group.
No, she will get her phone tomorrow morning, or in fact before lunch. But it's just not tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. Yeah. Yeah. So so the people, the lady at Flow, that's the problem.
She won't make it. She won't make it. She's not gonna make it.
Yes, Judy. You don't like to go?
Yes, because.
You don't like to drive. You don't like to book.
Where we going? When Grenada we going by boat? No.
So, well, let's continue. I know that some of you here, Miss Julian, Mr. Alexander, and also Marlene Neptune, and two who are not here today, but they will come tomorrow. We are, those 4 phones are going to be set up. So hopefully we will try to finish for tomorrow. Okay? Because it's not a matter of having it, we have them, but the situation is by having the SIM card. Okay, so let's see if we can arrange that for tomorrow. If not, we appreciate your understanding because this is just a practical thing. So, so let's move forward with the explanation on how to use the phones for the inventory purpose. Okay.
So inside of all of the boxes of the phones, there's a little piece of paper that has the email address of the phone as well as the phone number that it should be assigned to. So you can make a copy of it and would save.
Yes, take a photo of it or write it down in a safe place because that's your number assigned and the email that you. Okay?
And passport.
And the password.
And the password for the email address. So inside of the box, there will be a little strip of paper which will have the email address and the password to the email address along with the phone number that's assigned to the phone.
Okay, let me show you. Yes. Yeah, each one will have a different email because your phone is considered as a separate file. So each email address has its own password. It goes to your specific file when you see it in Dropbox. So that's what is important that you know it and you keep it. Okay. So for example, tomorrow or hopefully you will have your own email address, your own phone number, your own password. Then that will be yours. You will be separate.
Locked. All of them. The software. And you have to send. Yeah.
Okay, so the questions, yes, I think that we should, there are questions, but I think that it's better to hear here. And if we have any joke at the end, we have the questions.
Can everyone turn the devices on?
The new devices. Can you turn on?
I will stop it. Is this yours or yours? Yeah. I'll take you back. I need to do something there.
Is everybody's device on?
Yeah.
So just unlock it by swiping up on the screen here on the power. Alright. And on the main page, you should see an application called Dropbox. Yes. Sorry.
Hello, Sam.
So your device is unlocked
Sam,
already?
I need to.
Okay, so on your main screen, that'll be your home screen. There should be an icon called Dropbox. So
And find this
this
device.
is cloud storage application.
Finish on 5.
So anything that you have on the phone, any kind of media, photos, videos, video recordings.
Oh,
This
I'm
is
sorry.
where you
I'm sorry.
would
038
delete files, and that way you don't have access to it. If you open it, just press on it. You should have a page like this. At the top, you'll see an icon that says shared. Just hit that tab.
Share.
Yes, sir. It's on. Seems to be locked.
Is everyone in this folder?
Yes.
In this tab? Or there should be an email, or this is an invitation. You should see your email address in there.
The email assigned for the phone.
Everyone's there? Then, is anyone missing that email? You don't have it?
Yes.
So just press on it. This is an email invitation. Just hit add to Dropbox.
Yeah. Change the date and see.
And now you have a shared folder. So anything that you put into that file.
The Grenada National Trust, yes.
The coordinator will have access to the files that you put in there.
Yes.
So each person has their own individual folder. So all the content doesn't get mixed up. So I'm going to show you how to set it up so that anything you put on the phone will automatically go there. So at the right side, you'll see riddle of that email.
At the top, right?
Yeah, on the top right, the email.
She's a pointer.
Here. Can you see the three buttons?
Yes.
Points. So that person has to click on.
Yeah.
Person you scan on.
We have to go back.
Scan on upload files.
Where at?
Go back.
Yes.
Give me just a second. Okay, so for now, I don't see an option to have it automatically uploaded. So you'll have to do this manually.
At the
The
start.
document comes up at the top.
Yes. So
It asks you to
Yeah.
download it.
Yeah.
Is that the same for everyone?
If you go back to the home, it's still there. I didn't put that in.
Just a second. Very strange.
So when you go back.
You have to go back again. Yeah, yours didn't start with it, because then you're reason, but at least everyone does.
Everyone else has started with it.
That's the first thing we know.
So, yeah. Star. So when you go out.
For backup.
Someone was already loading stuff on there.
So yeah, if you do see it on yours, turn it on.
So automatically.
I'm searching for
It's
it.
better
so I
because
can-
then you will not have
Automatic.
to do it that function each time they move.
Yeah.
If you have any joke how to do that, how to set it up, automatically, let
The-
us know.
The thing is that just any kind of photography, you might take 10 photos, but you might only want to upload 3. So instead of a whole bunch of like a truckload of stuff being dumped in there for the coordinators not to sort out, what do you want to keep, what do you have the control to upload things manually. But if you figure you can't manage that, it's too complicated, then let the camera do it for you automatically. So everything you point and shoot, even if you do it accidentally. So yeah.
Should we turn on backup? When they said, how should we back
It would
up
back up
the photos?
to the Dropbox.
Include video?
So that is where that's the automatic feature. It will back up to Dropbox.
Okay.
So
If you want automatic uploading, then you leave it up. If you want to do it manually, then
so the menu at the top.
She said,
Okay. All right, so everyone.
hello.
So what you're gonna do is at the top left of the screen, you'll see a menu, 3 dashes. That's a menu icon.
Hello?
Hello.
Ari?
Excuse?
Yes? Yeah, you can start over. Yeah.
So you're gonna go to the menu icon at the top left. It's the 3 horizontal down. You press on it. You go to settings. From there. And you will see right here where it says camera uploads. Right now it's off. Just press on that option. And you hit the slider to include videos. And the other option just below it that says use the data when offline. And then hit back up my photo. This way, any photos or videos that you take on the phone will get automatically backed up to the Dropbox folder.
So basically you have the option, if you want the phone to upload the pictures and videos automatically, you can set it that way. Or if you prefer to choose the picture and do it yourself, you can also do it that way. Okay?
So if you wanted to do it manually now, you would go back to that section where it says shared, hit the email, and you'll see several options there. You can hit upload file, and it'll take you to a list of all the files, documents, pictures, things that you have on the phone. You'll have to then navigate to that item that you want to upload to the folder. Once you press on it, I'll just pick a random file. It'll upload it to the Dropbox.
So basically, who prefers to do it automatically rather than pick the pictures or videos and then upload it? Who prefers to do it automatically?
Nobody?
Nobody, right?
I already did it automatically, so.
Huh?
I already set it up automatically.
Automatic.
Yes, Maria.
That is a good question. The phone has enough storage to be used for this job, okay? But the Dropbox account is limited to only 2 gigabytes. So which might not be enough.
No, we increased it to 100.
Excuse me. Your account is 100 giga, but their account is only 2 giga. Their account.
Right.
Okay, so the way to do it is once you upload the file on Dropbox, it's available for them, right? And once they copy and they take out that file and put it safe, then it can be
delete on your phone. You understand?
How would you know where they come?
Yes. Yes, so,
Yes.
so the important thing is each of you will be under an ICH coordinator. So you have to keep that channel open and communicate, listen, I already took the photos, I already uploaded. So once she has access, because at the same time they have access to that files of their own team, then she can delete it, or should you delete, or she give you the authorization. Yes, I have it already in the Grenada National Trust Dropbox. Let's delete it.
So again, each phone has an individual Dropbox account. That Dropbox account is limited to 2 gigabytes. Neil, can you please show them how to check how much space they have on their Dropbox?
So from the Dropbox menu, at the bottom right, you should see an option that says account. When you go to the account, you'll see that it says space used. This is where it shows you how much space you've used, how much you have left available. So you'll see that you only have a limit of 2 gigabytes. Like I said, the coordinator will let you know when you can delete the files that you've uploaded, and that'll give you back some of the storage in your Dropbox.
Again, if you want to check the space available you have on the Dropbox account, you open the app, you go to the bottom right settings, and you will see this screen where you can check the space available.
If you haven't. So maybe if you have questions, you can raise it up loudly. So if the rest of the team has the same dope, you can, can be clarified.
Her question was that the Dropbox is limited to only 2 gigabytes. But if you have more than 2 gigabytes worth of media on your phone, what's going to happen? So the phones, all the phones, they have 32 gigabytes of storage. So let's say you've maxed out, you've reached that limit. Your phone is full, and you need to upload these files. It would be upon you to organize how you're going to upload them and then delete them. So you'll upload 2 gigabytes worth of files to your Dropbox. Once the coordinator has it and they tell you it's okay to delete them, then you delete it from your Dropbox and you can delete it from your phone. But you can only upload 2 gigabytes at a time.
Another question. The coordinators have more storage than 2 gigabytes.
Yes, so the main account is 100 gigabytes. Any other questions so far?
We need to find out what is the best position to take a photo. Is it landscape or portrait?
Exactly.
Tomorrow we'll do a little exercise. Okay?
So I don't know what type of photos you'll be taking, but I don't know if there's a recommended way that you guys need it.
Yes.
But if you're taking photos of 1 or 2 persons, it's probably best if you do it in the portrait position. If you notice, the phone only has 1 camera. So there's no wide angle lens. It's just 1 telephoto lens. Telephoto lens basically is for zooming in and out. So you zoom out as far as you can. If it's 1 or 2 people in the picture, there's automatic face detection. So the phone will focus on the subject's face and it will give you the clearest image.
When it's a group, then you put it.
If it's a group, then you put it in landscape and you stand as far back as you can to make sure that everybody is in the image. And Also, while taking the photo, you want to hold the phone as steady as possible while keeping your hands away from the lens. After you hit the shutter button to take the picture, don't start moving it because you'll end up with a blurry image. So hold it for 1 or 2 seconds after you snap the image. Then you can move it.
Next question, there's something about night pictures. Put on what?
Flash.
Flash or use them automatically.
I personally wouldn't recommend using flash. If you need to take photos in the nighttime, try to do it in an area that has enough light, or if you can produce light from somewhere else, if you have someone with you that they can use their phone's light, and then you take your photo. Because your phone is going to have a very hard time focusing on the image at the instant of the flash. So it's better if your subject is well lit.
Sometimes you use a flash for some reason.
Person facing shadow.
Yeah,
You can
try to keep the sun
in
the back,
keep
in
the
your
sun
back.
to your back as much as you can. Using a flash, whenever you turn your flash on, it'll create a lot of shadows. So you'll end up with an image that has a lot of dark areas. So if possible, try to avoid using the flash.
The reason I'm asking because somebody said to me once, like, flash automatically comes on if you're in a dark area and
It varies from phone to phone. Some phones have that setting. These aren't set that way by default. But if you have to, you can turn the flash on from within the camera app.
So up to the page where the camera uploads and you said to switch on YouTube videos and use data and then offline, you want to keep those on?
Yes, leave those on.
So, Neil, we're setting up to use even using data.
Yeah.
Using data.
Yeah. So if they're out in the field, they can upload.
Okay, perfect. Each phone has a SIM card with a data plan of 20 gigabytes per month that you can use. I think it's enough for what you're going to do. If you use it for the job only.
They need to switch the data off. The data service.
What for? No, it's not necessary. Yeah, I mean, the data is consumed depending on the use you give the phone. If you use it just to upload your pictures or videos, that should be enough. If you use it to watch Netflix or watch movies, then it won't be enough.
So it's not a case once it's open, it's running.
Do you have more questions?
Liability, we drop it in a bucket of water.
Oh my God.
And it stops functioning. What's the liability then?
Stay away from.
That's
But it can happen.
Yeah, well, we will not be able to replace the phone because the budget is limited for that.
Right.
So we.
But I'm asking, are we then liable to replace them?
We could have, they should probably give us screen protectors.
We could, yes.
All the phones have screen protectors equipped.
Or it has a built-in screen.
Is it installed or is it in the box? It's installed. One thing, if you ever lose your phone or somebody steals your phone, please communicate to Daryl or Adriana because those phones are they have a special software inside where we can know the location of the phone. Geolocation, and we can block the phone in order to it becomes unuseful.
So that's in the event of
lost or
stolen.
stolen. In the event of accident, what is the liability?
Yeah.
That is, it's just bad luck. I mean, you know, it's responsible people here, right? So that's it. I said it's responsible, mature people here. So it's just bad luck. It's nothing you can do about it. Nothing we can. Yeah, that's the answer. Yeah, yeah.
I intend to take as good care of the phone.
Yes.
As I do my own.
Yes.
but
Yeah.
No, that's a good question.
It's yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes.
There's a plastic film over all of the screens that'll prevent it from getting spread.
Oh, so if it falls from a height, it still break.
Yes.
Right. Well, we don't have like a superpower phone.
Yes. And I used to think that I only use that these are
Strong impact on the brain.
Yes.
Well, you know, somewhere that they use the beats and the big stories also. So we have the Facebook stories also, and we weekend for the day. Tomorrow we'll have an activity where they get to use it, landscapes and all that. But the beauty is so maybe you can join us tomorrow as well. You want to do audio and then you upload it. Yes, sorry, boss. I was asking if Wilson could join us.
So,
we have to ask them to report audio.
we have one more thing that might be.
It's a little tip. As I said, there's only one camera on the phone. So if everyone can open their camera app.
What's about audio?
Everyone's in the camera app? Okay, so if you had to take a picture of a large area, there's no wide angle lens. But a workaround for this, if you scroll all the way down to the end, you'll see an option that says more. Do you see it?
What you said was to the app?
In the camera app. In the camera app, you'll see an option that says panorama.
If you go
And more. If you go all the way to the right.
You'll see panorama. If you open it, you'll notice that there's a slider now on the screen. What you're going to want to do is you press the shutter button, and it's going to start like a video. And you can just rotate like in one spot. And it'll take a wider image shot than your camera would normally allow you to.
Yeah.
I noticed there is a recorder feature for persons who do not want to do a video recording.
You could do a voice recorder.
Yes, but it's kind of hidden though. I just happened to touch on something and I saw it.
So
Could you bring that up, please, so we could see that?
the panoramic option.
No, the audio, just audio.
So my phone is a little bit different. But if you slide up from the bottom of your screen, you will pull up all the apps that are on your phone.
So you pull down this on the screen.
It's on the main window.
Yeah, on the main screen, there's there.
Good. You want some money?
So the voice recorder is inside the older label.
Oh, good. God is good.
Yeah, but people that have to upload an app. Okay, another thing.
Isn't you grumbling as an old man?
Yeah, you see,
We'll figure it out.
yeah.
We'll grab a teenager.
Part of the
Record, you have the recorder inside of the tools. You're making a menu of screens. In that case, that you only want to do the audio recording.
So, Wilson, sorry about that. Nadine is concerned, is talking about the audio recording, and I missed the conversation. But that's one of the aspects of the work.
Yes.
So, Nadine, could you explain what you did to everybody here, since the phone is new?
It's in this, okay, so on the screen, you see the tools folder, the circle right there, you just click it, you see recorder, you're gonna click on it, it's gonna ask you to agree and allow. I think, Mr. Ina said that you can also just slide up.
So Wilson, so once the recording is saved, you can do the same thing with uploading it, right? Okay, good.
Other thing that they showed us.
How to upload the files, the voice files?
So that's what I'm going.
I see that's another complication that people do video. Whatever that.
This is the video. But basically, you also have, yeah, so
Okay, so once,
yes.
first you have to do a test. I mean, you record for 1 second, 2 seconds, and then you go.
So you go back to the Dropbox folder. You click on the email link, the shared file.
And then you
And you can go upload.
Yours is different, yes. So let me see. I'm doing it at one of the phones. It has a different. So you go to Dropbox, and then inside of your file account, you have options when you upload it. Okay. So once you are there, you press upload files, and then you see images, audio, videos, so you click on audio.
Okay.
So once you click on there, it will appear the audios that you have on your phone, and you have to choose which one you are uploading. So once you click, you agree to upload. Same with the videos, and in case that is manually set off, because it is automatic. It is question.
I think mine is set off.
Yes,
but
Audios won't get automatically uploaded.
no, not the audio, for the camera, right? And my thing is, what if something gets uploaded that I want to delete, and I put it in the Dropbox and delete it?
That's a good question.
The coordinators will have that.
Yeah. So if she wants to delete something.
I don't know, because I thought that the reason that we share.
It won't happen immediately. So if you accidentally took a picture of something or recorded something, it won't just immediately go to the Dropbox. So if you notice it as it happens, you can delete it from your phone. Once it's not on the phone, it won't be uploaded to Dropbox. If you catch it.
Tools, okay, recorder.
Naming the files, then that would be great. Naming the files, that would be great. How would the coordinator know the file?
No, you have to keep the same which thing inside of
When
the
you try to
file.
program,
Yes.
It'll give it a generic name.
Yes.
Numbers.
Yes.
You then rename that file.
Yes, because if not, we will get lost.
Yeah.
Yes. So you have to name it, and I think that we have to set up like a standard.
Yes.
So in the title, I think that you can put, I'm just saying, we can brainstorm. And the name of the element or the location and where, so you have to define that.
That's not your name in the prompt.
Right.
So I believe that it will be the specific name of the ICH element that you're working on it and the location. I think that is very well.
But that's something we can discuss.
Yes, so for example, for Thursday, if you're visiting, I'm just, short means, and you take several photos, so short means St. Patrick's 1, short means St. Patrick's 2, and 3 and 4. So, but I think that is a matter of the ICH coordinator setting up that standard and reminding you that, because we have to have this general standard, because if not, imagine ourselves checking those files to see where they came from, where are they from, or where they came from. We know that you are using that phone, but where is this located? The date will be there automatically. And so when I'm yes,
At least
yes.
3 of those per group.
So don't alter, that's
Right.
another
So they
thing,
can
don't
actually write
modify
inside
the
there.
order of the
In addition to
photo. So
having
for
the
example,
notepads and so on, right?
if you
Right.
take in
To the interior and so on.
the short means St. Patrick's 1, short means St. Patrick's 2, and then
But I can do
and the 3 and so on, and the second
final
one
version
was it
Yeah,
doesn't have a
because
good quality.
I don't know what to
Leave it that way. Leave it that way, because just in case that we need to understand which are missing, and then we report those missing because they have been erased. Or the ICH coordinator said number 3, 5, and 6 were erased because they're not, you know, filling the expectation.
So that's because then use it for first.
Yes.
So we have to have that stand. So, well, I think that we are, yes, half an hour, but I think that we are
We're
done
good.
for today.
We're good.
So tomorrow we'll continue with the ICH tools and skills and practices that Mr. Encalada will explain us. Maybe Neil, in certain momentum, you will be here just to help him, but it's not the whole morning. We will arrange that. Just if any technical issue or doubt appears in regards to the specific phones that you have, please remember to bring them tomorrow
Look at it.
and charge them. Are they charged?
No, they're not all charged.
They're not all charged, so please just not charge them and bring it back tomorrow with a cable, just in case. It's not fully charged.
You guys are something else, you know.
We did again.
This workshop, and you all have out your phones, no respect at all. Well, we imagine that, know how times have changed, right? Using the phone. Let's thank, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, on the location of the phone, will that help with?
Yes.
remembering where you left the
Perfect,
photograph?
perfect.
Not on the phone itself, but within the camera app, the settings should have an option that allows you to turn on geotagging. So if you take a picture in a specific location, it'll save that location in the photo.
Beautiful.
So that someone else can figure out where you took the photo.
So if you want that, and you're not able to figure it out that today, so tomorrow we can help you with that. In terms of you automatically have that.
It's not going to be 100% accurate, so keep that in mind.
Yes. So, Mr. Encalada, based on your experience and knowledge going around, no, don't go. Not for the phones, or with the ICH trainers. So can you tell us if we are IT guys who are?
I think you're ready. I mean, there are only some backend things to discuss, like the geotagging will help, but we'll talk about how you store it and what system you might want additional software. We can enter additional metadata.
Yes.
You know,
But in terms of another projects, I'm asking, are there already, or have they already introduced the smartphones?
No, this is the first. Well, wait. They might have done so in
in the Middle East and so on, not St. Kitts, yeah. But otherwise, I think this is our first for the region on a whole, no? So it's a good pilot, so congratulations on that.
I met these in front of me. This is these.
Yes.
All of them?
Yeah.
For those who are missing homes.
So you're gonna grab this slider in the middle, and you can slide up to restart or down to power up.
Okay, done.
All right, let's thank Mr. Jose and Mr. Wilson for their time and patience. And coordinators, you can start your preliminary discussions with the group.
So we'll sit together to eat.
And your groups, no? Yes. Wilson, thank you, brother. Well done. Thank you.
So I'll get tomorrow.
So what happened?
Okay.
I have Nadine and Sonia who are traveling tomorrow just back to America. So have we have any answer from WC or are we giving them?
I don't know how that. I thought the choice was either fly or boat.
No, yes. So flight is not possible by the moment. So they're coming back by WC because she told us that maybe flight is possible. But it's a matter of are we giving her the cash and you pay directly?
Well, Osprey is 160, so maybe it's about the same.
Well, 160 round trip.
Yeah,
she already came by Osprey.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of WC. And let's call them.
You know the number? No.
Let me see.
Yeah. Yes. Sure. Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that. That's good news. So Adriana, I was telling, you know the inventory form?
Yes.
We need at least a set of 4 or 5 for you.
Okay. So to print it for tomorrow. Okay.
And then along with your notebook.
Where's that form? You have a form.
We have it.
It's in management folder.
And it's in capacity building 2. Not in settlement. Capacity building 2. Capacity building 2.
Okay.
And it is the
Celine.
doc.
Celine Dion. Thank you very much.
Inventory questionnaire. So that's the one that's the one that we have to print, right? Should we erase unit 6?
So how many 3 times 5?
Yeah, erase unit 6 and then
just erase the title.
I'll just put
the inventory
questionnaire. Yeah.
Just print 25. I mean, I will print 25 right away.
No,
No?
double it because,
Double.
yeah, you want at least 2 of those per piece.
Per group.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying per person. One per person or per group.
No, 1 per person.
Or are you recommending?
2 or 3 per group. So you have people factoring.
Okay, so it would be 15, 5 per 3, 15. So you have 5 groups.
5 groups. What, you just double.
Okay.
Okay, me too. Or each person you have it, that's fine.
Yes, so 25.
But that's funny how that happened, boy. These forms, you have to be so careful when you add stuff. Like that whole thing just disappeared. So I have to do. That's why I did a save as.
It's called addition by subtraction.
Yeah.
I have a problem.
The only thing.
What, the new phone spoiled already?
The tablets.
Right.
I keep it or take it.
Well, after us, I don't know how they're going to be used because they're for the teachers.
Also for the teachers, yeah. So not yet.
But so I would say, yeah, you better hold on. Right?
Okay.
To the side of them. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it's just hard to anticipate how people react because you don't know how much they know, how confident they are. Just have to go with the flow.
So you should call Mary.
Yeah. So the thing is, technically we need 6 more, but the 3 people from Caribou, because they're actually returning the phones by Friday. So, but we still need, and I don't think she will have the extra SIM cards ready for tomorrow. So, should be. So, what I think we'll just do, ask for the 6, and whenever it comes, it comes.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, because I have them ready.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take out the license because I have 24 hours to take it out without paying it.
Oh.
So in case you don't use it, I don't stay with the.
Yeah. Hello. Well, things are going well. We handed out the phones with the 17 SIM card, but you know,
by the time I reach there,
the course is so popular that it's oversubscribed. So we need 6 more SIM cards. Yeah, because remember I said it was 30 total, right? So, but yeah.
And you risk
right away.
And then you have the file.
Yeah, I had the things too.
Yeah. I can sign off on it. No.
No, it's not mine. Okay.
Right.
Perfect.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Thank God.
Yes, man, I know that.
I'll tell you something. I have to sit for hours at a time at a desk doing these workshops and so on, especially that frustrate me to living because sitting is terrible.
It's that one with the walls right there, and it's that.
And I'm very rare.
Yes,
Yeah.
but you have different.
But now I'm still walking.
The most straight one is still there. But as I was going
Bring it to the-
through
Good.
the.
By the way, for the website. Oh, good. Yeah, you can. I can.
Yeah, for sure. Good. So tell me what you think about it.
Sure, yeah.
Neil?
Let's go.
927-7434.
That way, whatever it's on this one.
Send you something we have tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah.
7235.
What's the topic, Mr.?
DNA, lecture on DNA, ancient DNA.
Yeah?
So Brenda, Miss Tim William, who else need phone? What will you do? Yes, the records. So there were like a couple of persons who expressed intention to shift.
Yeah.
So you will.
Tell them the result of on their own. They should get involved in that. We don't want to have a.
No, but maybe
we don't want
maybe you have
tribunal.
ones in your group, so you have to figure it out.
Of course, when they think they come to agree that, they can see us resolve it.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Looking forward to that. Glad you all could make it.
Can you imagine?
95-72.
Can you imagine that, huh?
How many persons are we be working with you?
This thing that gives you a sharp somewhere.
Yeah, boy, what? I was surprised, you know. The tension in that drum is phenomenal. Okay, good.
See you.
Okay, Gary, how many?
having lunch? Take it over there. Take it over.
Yeah, 6.
Six.
Yeah, 17 and 6, 23.
Okay. Because we have a morning with Brenda,
No, well,
and three from the Ministry of Culture. Yes, there it is. We have 6.
yeah.
And Alexander Newton, 7.
Oh boy.
If he could use the phone.
See that? I cannot consider every possibility.
He said they have the IC already. He said they have the IC.
Yes.
They have the element already.
Well, she haven't shared with me, but she says that she has a team of